City Council. We thank each and every one of you guys for being willing to come down here and participate with us. I would go ahead and call ourselves officially to order. What we're going to do, we're going to have Pastor Ricky File come up here and lead us in the invocation, and then if you'll remain standing after that, we'll do both pledges. Please stand.
Thank you, Mayor, and the Mayor has tentatively agreed to come and be on the radio with me on first Saturday after spring break. It'll be a live broadcast. And by the way, every one of you members of this City Council are welcome. It's an open door to every single one of you to come anytime you want to, okay? Let's pray. Father, first of all, we want to pray for our friends and our neighbors in nearby cities that are having such difficulty today with these fires and this raging wind. And we pray for the protection of their lives and property and animals. And we also want to pray for this meeting here today. I thank you for the opportunity to stand before these men who have given of themselves so much to serve the city of Amarillo. And we pray, feeling very honored that I would be asked to pray. Moses believed that men who serve in governmental leadership from the top to the lowest level of governmental offices should be men of truth who fear God. And I believe we've got that here in Amarillo. And with that in mind, I pray that you will remind each member of this honorable group constantly of their accountability, not just the people who elected them, but more so to you, O God. If we'll all remember that, we will all serve in the assignments that you've given each of us with humility. The Scripture tells us that government officials are ministers of God, just as we preachers and leaders of churches are. Help us to realize that we get ourselves and our city in serious trouble when we make decisions affecting the city that are contrary to the standards written in your word. I pray that the Bible and the commands and the ordinances of God will be honored here every time this meeting takes place. President John Adams said concerning the White House, "May none but honest and wise men ever rule under this roof." And I pray that none but honest and wise people will ever serve in a governmental position in this city. I thank you today for the open acknowledgement of God and your word right at the beginning of this and every meeting by these elected officials. Lord, you said in Proverbs 14:34, righteousness exalts a nation, but sin is a reproach to any people. If that's true of a nation, it's true of the cities which are the makeup of the nation, such as our beloved city, Amarillo. I pray that these men will have godly wisdom and clear direction from you. I ask that you would put it in their hearts always to desire that you would rule in their decisions. May their thoughts be in agreement with your perfect will. And if any among us have thoughts or intentions contrary to the word of God, may those plans be overruled by the power of the Holy Spirit. I pray that they would always know that they're holding an honorable position, but it's a servant's position, and that they will remember, I pray, that they're mortals that are in need of your help as they strive to do their very best of their job with excellence and nobility. I pray that the fear of God would characterize this governing body of our city. Let righteousness prevail and evil be defeated for the glory and honor of God Almighty. I pray all of these things in the name of the Lord of Lords and the King of Kings, the one who died for our sins on the cross and rose again, our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, sir. If you guys will join us in the pledge. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The Texas flag. honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Thank you. Please be seated. Well, we're already to number 5. So, Miss City Secretary, do we have any announcements today?
We do not, Mayor.
No announcements today. So we will move on to public comment. Before we bring up our first speaker, let me ask, just by a show of hands, how many people do we have here today that would like to speak on Ordinance 8092, which is the massage establishment ordinance? Please raise your hand. So if you choose to, we have 2 ways to communicate with you. One is public comment, where you get 3 minutes to come down and you can speak to us. We can only answer back to you in kind of a statement of fact, or we could direct you to staff. That's public comment. Later in our discussion, we will discuss that under item 70. During discussion, we can allow you guys to engage with us in a greater way. You could hear maybe what we're recognizing as a mistake. You could see who we've already met with in the community, what changes we're already going to make. And then you could offer your opinions and your insight on how this could be negatively affecting you, and ultimately what we could do to change it to make it better. So I would invite anyone that would like to speak during discussion to wait until discussion, and you will get your time at that point. If you choose not to, we're fine having the public comment, and you're welcome to come and let us know either your thoughts or how you feel. So we'll move forward into public comment. Ms. City Secretary, over to you.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for participating in today's City Council meeting. Your input and your opinions are important to us, and that we are glad that you're here to share them. At each posted meeting, we invite our fellow community members to address City Council regarding posted agenda items or topics related to city policy. Every speaker today will have 3 minutes to address the council. At the end of 2.5 minutes, you'll hear a warning beep alerting you that you have 30 seconds to wrap up your thoughts. We do ask you stay to your 3 minutes today to be fair to everyone that's signed up to speak. We don't have any public hearings today. Please note, if you're here to speak on an item that is not on the agenda, council is limited in how they can respond. They can respond with a statement of fact or policy. They can ask that the item be put on a future agenda, or they can refer you to staff. When you come to the microphone today, please state your name and whether or not you live in the Amarillo city limits, and then begin your comments, and we'll start your timer. First today on our list is Mike Vigil. Okay, in that case, we will go on to Shirley Nichols. And after Ms. Nichols on deck will be Dr. Bree Bradley.
Afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, and thank you for letting me speak. I want you to know I'm First Sergeant Shirley C. Nichols. I wear my rank because the Army, I'm a U.S. Army veteran, and they've taken the word retired away from us because they consider us a soldier for life. So I do have my rank on. I served in a 1,000,000-man Army, and I'd like you to know that I'm here with my attorney, and I have a master's degree. So I want you to know that I'm not some hysterical female that's come in off of the street. And I want to talk about the massage therapy because I am a patient. And not locking the door, my massage therapist, if he wishes to acknowledge, he may. I'm not going to bring his name up. But I want the door locked because that's for my safety. I don't want somebody knocking on the door and walking in. And that is my security. And I've been in nursing for a number of years. I gave my license up in 2003 because I can't work on the wards and take care of patients. But in my experience in the Army, I had the first company that they integrated women and men in the same company. And that was in 1975. So I don't understand why my massage therapist can't take care of me. He runs a clinic. And are you going to tell me next that I can't see my medical doctor because he's a male? I've seen him for 23 years. My massage therapist I've seen for 8. And I want to tell you, I was diagnosed with a problem in 1966 with severe pain. I choose not to take the heavy medications that are around for heavy pain. I had difficulty walking when I got my first appointment. And he told me later on that he said, I thought, my God, am I going to be able to help this lady? And he has. He's changed my life. And he's made me a better person. I'm out and about. I just had my 86th birthday. And so I want the government out of my life. And I want this bill out of my life. Because I want to continue seeing my massage therapist as he has given me. I see him every week. And he was very difficult to get me to work because I was so stiff. And so it's very important to me to have my therapy every week. And I don't know how many people have ever had a massage therapist. They're not prostitutes. When I was in Japan, we had massage parlors all over every corner. We all knew that they were prostitutes. And we don't need this law already pressed on the police that are very busy. And they've got a lot to do to keep us safe. But I'd just like to consider this, and I'd like this law put aside or shredded because it interferes with our medical care.
Yes, ma'am. Let me say thank you for your service, first of all. As a statement of fact, we do have an old ordinance. Some of the things that she's referenced are old. They've been in there since 1986. We were just not aware of them. And then I don't think you'll be disappointed with council when we complete the revision of this, but I will acknowledge the error and don't disagree with you from your point and your stance. So thank you for speaking.
Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Bree Bradley. And on deck after Ms. Bradley will be Mandy Land.
Hello, Council. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak. I own a holistic
Ma'am,
health.
if you'll pull that microphone to
Pull
you
it
so
close.
people
Yes.
online can
Yes,
hear you.
So sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you for letting me speak today. I own a holistic health and wellness. It's complete. I've actually disassociated from the word massage therapy as for this reason right here. I have built my practice for a safe haven for trauma therapy, abuse. I was a sexual victim, so absolutely I don't want to be associated with that stigma. It was heavy on my heart when this came across and we were addressed on the news as a massage parlor. So the definition of massage parlor is completely different. You've got a brothel, which is defined as premises used for habitual prostitution. So if that's in any way associated with my business, I am absolutely offended in that context. At being a victim of that, I take that seriously. Massage therapy, definition in the state of Texas, is a healthcare service used for therapeutic services and can be referred to by physicians. Physicians in this town trust me, they refer to me, and I don't want that to be taken away thinking that they're referring to that type of establishment. It's going to affect us in our reputations. No matter what we go back and fix, it's out there. There's the older community that are going to not want to be associated with that. Also, it can affect our the stigma per se. So that is really important. We are already licensed by the state of Texas. We worked very hard to be professional. We got licensed. We get fingerprinted. We renew every 2 years. We do our CEUs. I've even furthered that and got my doctorate in naturopathic medicine. So one of the things that were listed was not having a shower. Well, I do all kinds of things that require that to help the patient be comfortable after treatments. So there are some definite things that I've just kind of looked through. There was different, the 455B1 was what I quoted with the government not being able to, it's not governed, you can't govern us unless you're going to govern nurses, chiropractors, and everyone else that's one-on-one with patients also. We're under occupational health. So with that said, I would just like you to be more due diligent before you put stuff out there, because we have to recover with our practice, people that trust us, they're asking questions, And I've even had people say that they were heckled about getting a massage and a happy ending. That's not okay, and I don't want that coming back into my practice. So I thank you for your time and allowing me to speak, and I hope you guys have a wonderful day.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Bradley.
Mandy Land. And on deck after Mandy Land will be Dee Dee Houghton. Is Mandy here?
Dee Dee is not here. She's up in the fire.
Okay. Next, Charles Houston. After Mr. Houston will be Joseph Rogers.
I want to thank you, gentlemen, for allowing me to come and speak to you today. This has really become something very dear to my heart. I've dealt with this for about 3 decades now. This always seems to come up. Heard a lot about therapists that have contacted me, and again, like we were talking earlier, the heckling is starting about the happy endings as people come into our practices, and that's just not very, very good for us at all. I just really oppose this in general because we really don't even know what we're looking at here. So we're still in the dark. And our licenses are controlled by the Occupational Code 455. And I have given you some little excerpts from that law that I wanted to go over with you today. Licensed massage therapists who practice sole practitioners are not required to have an establishment license by our Texas law. So that kind of leaves us out of the process of being an establishment. My pages are sticking together. I'm sorry, guys. Massage establishments as well as sole practitioners can use tubs, showers, saunas, and so forth in their practices, which was part of the original thing, and some of us do, some of us don't. And one thing in there also, it says our local governments cannot adopt regulations that are more restrictive for massage therapists than any other health profession. So sometimes it gets to a point to where y'all don't realize that we are medical professionals. We're licensed. We go to a lot of schooling. I am an instructor. I've had a school for 10 years in Amarillo. I have it no longer. But I have been in all aspects of this business, and we have fought this for eternity, and it's just not good. One of the restrictions they put on a massage therapist when you are licensed is that you cannot do any massage in a sexually oriented business. And I don't think any of us do. And I heard a statement, in fact, that this was being done so that we wouldn't be in competition with these people. I'm not in competition with any of these people, and I certainly do not want any of their clients in my business. But in the other thing, a sexually oriented business cannot use the word massage or bath in any of their signage or advertisement. I passed one this morning. As a matter of fact, about 5 blocks from my house, there's 3 establishments. I don't know if they're legitimate or not, but every one of them used the word massage. And I think that's a law that could be enforced if it just would be. And also I think you probably need to look at the House bill, Texas House Bill 2127 that was passed and in law in September of 2023 that tries to restrict municipalities from overreach, which the one that was put out that we've seen was great big overreach because it would have put me out of business. And I don't mind you knowing that Ms. Shirley Nichols is my client. Worked on her for 8 years. And you ought to have seen the mess she was in when she walked in my door. And look at her now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Joseph Rogers. Joseph Rogers. If not, Julie Bednors. And after Julie will be John Roberts.
I think I, like Mr. Houston, had way more notes than 3 minutes worth. I am also a licensed massage therapist in Amarillo. I live just outside of the city limits, but I practice here. And I, like the rest of the massage therapists in here, am disgusted to be associated with that. We all recognize these things are going on. We hate that they use the title that we use. For me personally, I know there's been a lot of different meetings and people discussing different aspects of this, but the one that appeals to me the most is 14-8-2 exemptions. In the old wording, licensed massage therapists were included in those healthcare exemptions with physicians and chiropractors and physical therapists. And we were struck from that. We were the only ones struck from that. Had you left licensed massage therapists in the exemptions, many of us would not be here today. I know in the meeting with Don a few Saturdays ago, he said the purpose of this was so that the city would have the teeth to close down these illicit establishments. And to me, this does the exact opposite. You could leave the fines, you could leave the fees, you could leave all the hoops for them to jump through if we were exempt from those. And now you're wanting to roll back the fees and roll back the exemptions and roll back all of the stuff, where to me the logical thing seems to be is just to take us out of that equation. Then you would have the teeth that you need to do the fines, to do the restrictions, and to shut these places down. I again am going to address the same thing that they have, the Texas Occupational Code, section 455005, that says a political subdivision may not adopt a regulation of this type described by the subsection that is more restrictive for massage therapists than it is for other healthcare professionals. We have worked hard for our titles. We hold ourselves to a high standard, and we should be left out of this nonsense that is the illicit sex trade in Amarillo. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
John Roberts. And after Mr. Roberts will be Nathan Smith.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, City Council. Thank you guys for allowing me an opportunity. I don't think I'll need the full 3 minutes. I am referencing agenda item 9E, so total switch of gears here. And I'm in favor of that, I just mentioned, but I saw it come across on the agenda, and I wanted to take the opportunity to address the court. I'm a carpenter by trade. I got my training through a carpenter's apprenticeship offered through local union 329 out of Oklahoma City. I now work as the business representative for Carpenters Local 665 of Amarillo, Texas. As a community, these contractors like Wiley Hicks are so key to the success of our economy. And I say that because, just for instance, the local investment that's been made through our public schools for facilities like Amtech, where they have a construction program. Wiley Hicks actually has a graduate of that program who's been on payroll with him from the day he graduated. These companies that participate in a carpenter's apprenticeship or an apprenticeship program, they create a pathway for a young person or an old person, because I was 30 when I joined. So they create a pathway for someone to come in with no tuition, so no debt, and get all the training that they need to be successful in that craft. And here in Amarillo, in 4 years, from start to finish, 4 years, a person can make a middle-class income without any student debt. So I wanted to put that in your ear as a council who gets to decide and vote on who is going to be awarded these contracts. just to keep in mind that we do have a strong body of local contractors who have been for decades investing back in this community with programs like the Carpenter's Apprenticeship Program. So I thank you, and I told you I'd get done before 3. So.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Next is Nathan Smith.
Mr. Smith, always good to see you. I'd like to remind you of the need for decorum here today, sir.
Yeah, can we agree if I slip, I'll just
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That'll be the end of it.
Good afternoon. As usual, I will start with a quote from the old Bible, this time out of Exodus 22. So I'm sorry, I'm trying to talk slower so I don't slip. It's making it difficult. 22 verses 16 and 17. And if a man entice a maid that is not betrothed and lie with her, he shall surely endow her to be his wife. If her father utterly refuses to give her unto him, he shall pay money according to the dowry of virgins. I always use a Bible quote. It's relevant. We're not a theocracy. Anyway, my purpose is once again to advocate for those seeking to make this a sanctuary for fertilized embryos city. I have a script, but looking at it, I'm not going to be able to follow that and not swear. So those seeking to make us a sanctuary city for fertilized eggs, they're a great group. The Journal of American Medical Association reported that there were 64,000 rapes since Roe v. Wade between the periods of July of 22 and January of 24. So about 18 months-ish, 64,000 rapes in all the post-Roe states where abortions were immediately cracked down on. Anyway, I'm advocating to let them have their vote because I'd very much like to know, the state has already made the declaration, are my daughters humans? I will always view them as humans, they're my daughters, or are they chattel, incubators, only waiting to be impregnated before they no longer have any autonomy over their lives. And the reason I always use an interesting quote is to point out that the people who say they're pro-life, they are inherently pro-rape by the very nature of their doctrine. Of course, most of them never read it, but that's no big deal anyway. We've become a pro-rape society. As soon as the child starts bleeding, she becomes any rapist incel's fantasy. He will go to jail after we catch his rapist. But that's the only penalty. He will go to jail, and the child will be forced to birth it. I have daughters, so let the sanctuary people have their vote. Don't wait for their little petition. Just give it to them, make it public.
Thank you, sir.
Hey, I don't think I swore. Hey.
No, sir. Appreciate you honoring that.
You'll have a wonderful day.
Ms. City Secretary, who do you have next?
That's it, Mayor.
Okay. Do I have anyone else here that would like to speak? Yes, sir. If you come forward, give us your name and address, sir.
Trying to make this quick. Kevin Carr, 9501 Copper Creek. I was still living in town when I voted for you guys. I've since moved outside of town. So this is, like these wonderful people have been talking about, the state already runs licensed massage therapists. Okay? The problem that you're having is not a licensed massage therapy problem. You're having a massage parlor problem. They're not licensed massage therapists. This does not cover them at all. You won't be able to do anything to them, because the state only recognizes state licensed therapists, not if they have some other training or whatever anywhere else. They have to have a Texas license. At the end of that code, 455, section 455353, enforcement by peace officers. That'd be you. A peace officer of this state, including a peace officer employed by a political subdivision of the state, may enforce this chapter. This is it. You guys have everything you need right here without writing an ordinance that steps into between me and my medical care, allowing somebody just to walk in whenever they want to on an unlocked door to check whether I have my pants on or off. Not the way it should be. You guys are supposed to be the sheepdogs. That's your job. That's what we voted you in to do. That's why you're here now and not the other people before you. Your job is to protect us from the wolves. And that's what you guys have to do. If you want to make a sanctuary city, let's make a sanctuary city for the Constitution. Let everybody be free. Let's just do that. That way we don't have to write this stuff. Appreciate you guys' time.
Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am. Please come forward.
Hi, my name is Adriana Duran, and you needed my address, right?
Do you live in the city?
Yes.
You're good.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you.
So I wanted to just share a little bit of my own thoughts and feelings about the massage ordinance that you have that you've heard so much about today. While I'm not a massage therapist, my partner is, and I also own a salon here in Amarillo where he is able to practice. Some things that I think are important to consider within the ordinance is not only what people have mentioned today about grouping something together not being as effective in your efforts to stop human trafficking, which I think everyone here agrees that human trafficking is awful. However, TDLR already makes us post signs within our establishments. They give us rules to abide by to report human trafficking, even domestic violence. Some states are implementing training to be able to more easily recognize that. But one thing I would like for you guys to consider is what it could do to someone's business. I know that my person would lose 98% of their clientele that's existing. They went to school, they worked hard. He studied for 1,500 hours, I think, on top of doing an extensive background check, fingerprinting, and all of that must be up to date every 2 years. They're already regulating us. They're already looking so closely at us, and I applaud your efforts to want to try to stop trafficking. My salon within itself has done advocating for child trafficking as well to bring attention to it. And most of the public doesn't really know what that is, and I understand, because when I was doing a fundraiser to donate to an organization, most of the people didn't know what that was and what that meant. So I can understand where your efforts are. But I think it's important to look at the bigger picture that you guys have here. When you put this ordinance on people who are already paying attention to their laws and they are following the regulations and the codes to try to keep their business intact, people who are intent on doing crimes and trafficking anyways, they don't care. They're not going to be affected. And I think that revision would bring a lot of clarity and insight. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
All in all, we're doing pretty good. So anyone else here? Oh, yes, ma'am. Please come forward. Once again, appreciate everyone's patience while we do this. This is a very important exercise to make sure that we continue to allow the citizens to hold their meeting here.
Good
Yes,
afternoon.
ma'am.
Thank you for allowing us to have this forum to speak to you about this area of concern about the massage therapy ordinance. My name is Diana McClung. I'm a licensed massage therapist. I've lived and worked in the city of Amarillo for nearly 38 years. 14 of that has been as a massage therapist. As has already been brought up to you about HB 2127, and he read it, so I'm not going to repeat it. I am going to add to it that there is an addition, an addendum to it, that is subsection B. It says, may not be construed to affect municipal or county authority to regulate a massage establishment in accordance with Section 455.005. What that does do is it does give you some narrow pathway and a provision to make an ordinance that will govern and regulate massage therapy establishments in the city. However, what it does not do, because of the wording, it does not give you a provision over solo practitioners. Until the wording is added, you don't have any ability to create an ordinance over solo practitioners. Now, certainly you can check with the city attorney about that. I'm not an attorney. I just found that for myself. And I do agree with the section regarding the restrictive ordinances not being able to be passed for solo practitioners or for massage establishments. I pray that you guys soberly deliberate about this. And I want you to know that each and every one of us is not here as your enemy. We want you to succeed. No population in Amarillo is more adversely affected by the presence of these businesses than us. Because much like me, all of us have worked diligently year after year that we have practiced this vocation to completely and totally differentiate ourselves from them. And our reputation is everything. I work by referral only. And I need people who believe in what I do, who honor what I do. And I thank you for your time.
Thank
and
you,
I wish
ma'am.
you the best of luck.
Appreciate you. Anyone else here today? Yes, sir. Please come forward. Your name and if you reside in the city, please, sir.
Yes, sir. My name's Jim Gore. I reside at 3415 Wayne here in Amarillo. I'm a longtime client of a massage therapist. I have 2 herniated discs in my low back, for which I was taking tramadol, which is a rather heavy narcotic, and I was also receiving cortisone injections. After going to my massage therapist, I went weekly, and after 6 months, I never took another shot, never took another pill. That's been 18 years. Not once did I ask for or was offered any extras, because she is a professional. She is a licensed massage therapist. She is a medical person offering help and comfort to people that are in pain. That's something for y'all to consider. She runs a professional business. She has the right to lock doors, not only for her clients' protection, but also for her own. I know many of these massage therapists here in Amarillo, and they are trained professionals. By the way, I married that lady.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else here today, or we'll move along? Thank you guys for participating in that. Appreciate everyone. Appreciate your respect and the ability for us to work together on this. I think later in the conversation we'll be able to address maybe how we got here. So at this time we'll close public comment. We're going to move forward to item 7, discussion items. Review 7A for any agenda items for regular meeting. Do I have anything needed from council? No? Okay. We'll move along to item 7B. This says Mayor's State of the City Address. Let me just tell you, I am not fixing to give you a State of the City address. This is a topic of discussion to discuss maybe how we would like to do that here, in the summer. So, Mr. Superbach, if you don't mind coming up here and taking us through this.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm Jordan Schupach, or Superbach, depending. Here today to just present some information on the State of the City event, give you some history, give you some information on the origin, and then maybe facilitate a little bit of a discussion on how you all would like to move forward with that. So, The State of the City originally came and is probably best defined in the Governance and Ends Policy, which was adopted in 2019. It states, the Council shall report periodically to the citizens on its stewardship. At least once per year, the mayor should give an accounting of the city's financial resources and the extent to which these funds have been translated into services in the State of the City address. So that's kind of where the State of the City originated from. Some additional historical context. It's historically, again, organized and hosted by the mayor. It's not really a city event, although the city certainly participates. We provide context, we provide information, we provide analytics. I believe there's been some in-kind donations for venues and those kind of things, but it's been a mayoral event, not a city function. Funded, sponsored by local businesses, local organizations, so the city's not funded it beyond, I believe, those in-kind donations. Traditionally, again, has included kind of a formal State of the City address with information on achievements and financial expenditures, and then oftentimes a discussion with city leadership, different directors, depending on topics of interest. And then generally kind of a call to action or a vision or mission statement for the upcoming year. So looking again just kind of through the history, 2017 was, to my knowledge, the first State of the City event. It happened at the Civic Center. 2018 it was at the Globe News Center. 2019 was at the Civic Center again. These were all rather formal events where there was formal presentations and an audience there. In 2020 it was virtual. That was the COVID year, and so there was an enormous kind of build out of a website with a lot of information and video products there. 2021 we had it at Hodgetown, and 2022 was at Sam Houston Park. I think, yeah, Sam Houston Park. 2023 we did not have the event. We can do this, facilitate this in a lot of different ways, as kind of evidenced by the way we've done it in the past. So these are just kind of very brief discussion starters, kind of, for you all to think about. We can certainly do the online option again. This is where we create a standalone website. There's videos, there's pictures, there's a lot of statistics, kind of an infographic feel to it. We can present all those things for our city website channels, different social media channels. The formal event, which is kind of the more way it's historically been done anyway, where, like, for example, the mayor might give an address and then a lot of different city departments might come up and speak to what they've done or, major projects, those kind of things. And then maybe a more informal community event. And this is similar to what we did at Sam Houston Park last year. At that particular event, we had a band that played. It was kind of a celebration more than like a formal kind of presentation. A lot of community organizations were involved. A lot of nonprofits came. We still had city representatives there so that people had questions about city services or whatever they could be addressed. So these are, again, not an exhaustive list of the opportunities, just kind of an idea of where we could go with them. So we're kind of here today to talk about these things, or really for you to talk about these things and see where you might want to land, who's going to own this thing, who's going to finance this thing or fund this thing. And that's kind of the end of essentially all the information I have. I'm happy to answer questions or provide you whatever context I have. Otherwise, I'll just kind of get out of the way and let you all provide whatever guidance you have. Don't
go too far. I think, I am probably the one that's standing out there really in the way of, like, I need guidance. So as the historical record shows, it's really kind of a mayor's event. The mayor gets to kind of direct it and do what they want. Well, as the mayor, I'd like to direct it to a public conversation and bring my council in. And I'd like to get guidance from council and see kind of what does it look like to you? What do you think we've done well in the past? And what direction would you like to go in the future? I think that the governance and ends policy is important to point to a few things, but I think those facts can be represented pretty quickly, and that's not really much for an event, right? And so if you asked me, would we want to shine the spotlight on council and show you, like, hey, here's everything council's working on, here's our vision, here's everything that we think we're doing well. That to me doesn't really do, our community a whole lot of good. What I would rather do is I'd rather be able to shine the spotlight on the citizens and the communities that we have that do all of the heavy lifting in this community. We have so many people that volunteer their time, they give of their expertise, their efforts. We honor these people at different times, but we really don't typically kind of come together with the city and hand in hand work together. That is some of the vision that I believe this council has, is this is your meeting. We work for you. It's your money. We want to lead in a way in which it's servant leadership. It's not dictatorial or so ideological that it doesn't impact your day-to-day life. And so we're trying to do this, and I think this is just an opportunity for us to listen to you a little bit and then listen to council. If I had my way, I would do something in the pavilion back here because, we got this big, nice building that can hold a ton of people, and we would have everybody come together. I mean, I would probably borderline right up on the old, beer garden / Aaron Watson show. Now, we hadn't called Aaron. He probably won't take my phone call now that I said it out loud
I
here.
think you just called him there.
Yeah. So whoever we could have that would be, some live entertainment, and I'd love to just spotlight for several hours and let the community come out, enjoy, have things for families, kids, family friendly. It'd be more of a celebration. And then we'll get work done at the same time. We'll show you what we're doing. We'll show you where we're going. But that's probably about as formal as I would direct it. I don't think that an online video really hits you very well, and I think we do that already very, very well. We've been very upfront with our budget. We've been very transparent with how we're working through it. You guys do a really good job of cluing yourself in already and seeing what's going on. So I think this just gives us an opportunity to do something a little extra. The timing of it would be probably June. Probably wouldn't wait till July. So we don't have a tremendous amount of time, and then we don't need to overdo it. We don't need to create work for ourselves or staff or for the community. But we do have plenty of resources and we have opportunity. So that being said, I would just open it up for council to advise any here if you're in favor of or against continuing with this. And then if we're all in favor, maybe how would we try to do this together?
How well attended are these events in the past?
I'm going to have to kind of ballpark some of that stuff. So just to move backwards really quickly again, the events, I believe from maybe 2021 and earlier were hosted and run by a different agency. So the city didn't run them, so we don't have a lot of those analytics about attendance. I can say that Sam Houston Park last year, I think the Parks Department counted about 600 attendees.
Oh, wow.
And it was a terrible day weather-wise. So I think there's interest in that kind of event. And anybody is welcome to correct me on those numbers, but I think that's what they are.
I was thinking 50, 60.
Oh, no, we had more than that.
600, good grief.
Yeah, I
It's
think
an event.
I think it was 500 to 600.
Okay.
Well, and I can add, in those early years, we did one at the GNC, and it was full. Every seat was filled.
Which is
So
how many seats?
I don't know the capacity over there, but I think it was between 200 and 300.
Yeah.
So limited tickets for that one. Same thing when they had it in the Heritage Room. It was limited tickets. It was a little more spaced out over there, but it was very full.
Councilman Kraft.
No, I was just going to say, I know we haven't completely dedicated on the forum with the funding for the 4th of July event, but, that would be another good opportunity to just wrap it all into one, just have one big event.
Yeah, so the other thing that Councilman Kraft is bringing up is we are trying to steer and look into, and we have a lot of good community input and some teamwork going for a July 5th event. So 4th of July falls on a Thursday, makes it really opportunistic of us to look at a Friday when, if you're off on Thursday, Friday may be a semi-day off or an early day out. We start around 4 in the afternoon and we do fireworks and a drone show and we have activities and all sorts of competitions and everything else. Do we fund that, and do we just take the stage during that event and put the spotlight on the citizens, kind of what they're doing, where we're going, and then also just give our report and give our address. So that's another option, which is being funded by community dollars already. So we would honestly, council would help fundraise this, and we would be able to contribute to their fundraising efforts. So we may just have one party and make it a really big one. Quiet on the left side over here today.
I agree with the the 4th of July time together. I think it'd be a really good idea, and I think we'd probably get a real good draw to get all that done. And I think we'd have probably more people than we'd probably know what to do with.
Yeah.
Using that pavilion would be a good idea, I think.
Do what?
I think using the pavilion for something would be a great idea.
Yeah.
So we definitely want to try to get to the pavilion. Now, if we're looking at the 4th of July event on the 5th, I believe we are Southwest Park or John Stiff because of the volume. And so we would be looking at the pavilion as a separate date somewhere in June, possibly as just one venue. But I appreciate your comments on that. Councilman, did you have anything else? Okay. Yes, sir.
I would add, and while I'm not against Aaron Watson or having an event, I think the event is great, but what I'm thinking here, though, is we have 200,000 citizens, and we have an event, and maybe we communicate with 600 of those, or maybe 1,000, or maybe 1,200. And while I wouldn't, have any opposition to an event, I just wonder, I consider it's almost like the citizens of this community are the owners, they're the shareholders. They invest in us, whether they like it or not, they invest in us. And it's almost like you're giving a report on their investment and what's happening to it. And while I think an event certainly could be one way, I would encourage us maybe to think about ways where we can be more proactive in letting all citizens know or make it easier in different ways and different avenues for them to understand what we've done, what we're investing in. Now, what that could look like, it could look like social media, it could look like something else, but I would say whatever we're investing on this, maybe we can be sure to invest in a way where maybe we're getting our message out to as many citizens that own us. And some people may have time to come to events, some people may not. Some people, is this something that you'd want to use on social media? Is there something that we would want to issue a report, mail it to citizens who are interested? So while I'm perfectly in favor of an event, I would just encourage us that maybe we think of other ways that we can make sure that we're communicating to as many citizens as possible so that they get a report on the state of the city and how their investment is working in their local government and what they're getting out of it.
Yes, sir.
With an event, though, we could stream it. That way we've got both. Kind of a celebration, let the people that attend an event, but also stream it. Live stream it. That way it's readily available. Right?
I honestly would have to check into how that works with like a professional concert and whether that's allowable for us to do that. But that's definitely something we can think about.
Just for the state of the city. Sure. Like it wouldn't be the whole event, but just the state of the city, because that's all that would be. And
absolutely, we'd have a social media component. We could put, all of the different facts and information that we want to put out at the state of the city. We could make those into little tidbits that we can stream out over a certain period of time on social as well. It would actually be really interesting for me personally to kind of do a more comprehensive campaign like that and then collect a full set of analytics on how many do we reach. To Councilman Simpson's point, if 1,200 come, that's 1,200, but how many were online, how many were on social media? So it'd be an interesting thing to kind of track.
I think if it's an event that's well attended, which obviously it is, I think it's definitely worth doing. It's very well attended so that there's a demand for it. And then if we can get the private sponsorships or whatever, that I think that you said that's the way it's been done in the past.
Yes, sir. That is one big question is I don't believe there's a line item for it other than traditionally it's been fundraised. So,
well, I've already hit up a few stakeholders that I believe are willing to contribute, and so I think that would be a direction to go. I've learned a lot from Councilman Simpson, and the one thing that he has a great deal of expertise in is messaging and marketing, media, and so in that, I think what you're saying is, organize it, do the event, record it, edit it, push that out through social, and then also something, bullet pointed, typed up, direct mailed, or just posted, right?
Yeah, I think, you really can't communicate through too many channels. It just depends on how much, you can afford to be able to do. But again, for some people I think one of the questions that people ask is, where's my money going? What streets are going to be fixed? What sewer lines are you going to be replacing? And really, you can't over-communicate that too much. And so I think augmenting that with saying, here's what your money has done, and I think we tried to do a lot in the last year or so on those infrastructure issues. But I think, you cannot communicate that enough, because I think on average, somebody has to see something or hear something about 8 times before they remember it. So it's great to have this event, but if we want to be able to ensure that we're getting the message across so that people have a good understanding of where their tax money is going, I think as many channels as we can look at under the budget constraints would be good. And I'm sure we can talk about the specifics on that in the future and who would pay for it and how we'd execute it. So.
Mr. Superbach, I think I'm getting some good feedback. Do you feel like you're getting pretty good direction on maybe putting something together?
Yeah, I think so. I can kind of create a little bit of a proposal and send it around to city leadership and find out a good way to make it work. But I think we can definitely move forward with what you've given me today.
Does anybody feel like it's a mistake to do the 4th of July event and overlap the state of the city in a professional way during
Again,
that
I'd
event?
say, to Mr. Simpson's point, you will not find a bigger audience than you'll find at the 4th of July event.
Okay. Any other council opinion on it? Does that detract in any way?
Well, I just don't know that everybody's going to come to the July 4th deal, may be interested in the state of the city. You know what I'm saying? I think the draw is going to be different for a state of the city versus a July 4th, celebration.
Yeah, I think your state of the city audience is a very specific set of people. So those are the people that will show up no matter where you have it. If you combine it with the July 4th event, then I would suggest that it's very possible that you're going to reach those people because they're going to know you're there. But you're going to reach more people that wouldn't have come to the pavilion, for example. So my personal opinion is you will reach more people with state of the city information combining the events.
Logistically, how would that look? I mean, I know it's early, but I mean, if we're at a John Stiff or something like that, how do you communicate that to that many people? And I mean, I got to think comfort too. The pavilion's covered. That's not covered. Is it hot? Is it? Then we got the weather to contend with.
I think I'm definitely going to have to sit down with the folks that are organizing the 4th of July event and just kind of. Those are honestly a lot of questions I'm going to have to figure out now that we've kind of gotten this far in the direction, and it leads me down the pathway to answer a lot of questions that you're going to have.
I would say the only thing that I would add to that is maybe having some experience with the 4th of July event. You may have people that come, but how far are they spread out? What are they doing? Are they paying attention? Are they interested in it? Are there too many distractions? Other things are going on when you do it. At a 4th of July events I've seen before, you may have some people that are close to the stage, but depending on where you have it, you have thousands of people. And as we talk about this with the best, the question is, which would have more bang for the buck of people actually listening and sharing that information? Would it be at an event where this is what we're doing? Or would it be an event where there's a lot of other things going on? I agree. I think there would be a draw, at a 4th of July event. But the question is, are they listening? Is that if they're there for that, then they may or may not. But if it's an event that's maybe targeted towards that, then you at least know your audience is there because they do want to hear what's going on. I don't think there's a bad idea. It's just different options.
This is a really good one for message board, in my opinion. If you could we're listing out some pros and cons right now. I don't think that we have to hammer it out, today. I think that we could put this up on message board, go back and forth with a few things after you feed us back some responses of maybe a recommendation or what you're hearing. And then I know the July 4th event we've got to keep moving forward on, and I believe we're all in support of that. And so whether the two try to overlap or we pair them apart, I think it still is something that needs to start moving so that we don't work ourselves up to a deadline.
Yes, sir. I agree. These are the kind of things that take more time than people think they take. So I appreciate being able to get moving on it.
Anything else for Jordan, gentlemen?
Appreciate you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Jordan.
Appreciate it. Okay, item 7C, we have Mr. Hooper coming up here on our bulk waste collection pilot program.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. It's always hard to follow Jordan, but we'll give it a shot. see if we can make it happen. Purpose of this presentation today, we're just a couple of weeks away from finally being able to kick off our pilot program for our bulk waste collection, and we're very excited about that. There's been a lot of work that's gone into this. We just kind of wanted to showcase that for you today so that council could see what we've been doing behind the scenes, getting ready for this to roll out. Purpose of the presentation today is provide an update on this program, talk about a little bit about our past solutions and how we've tried to tackle illegal dumping in the past, also our pilot program history and program details and the launch date. City has spent a great amount of time since 2018 to try and stop or at least curb illegal dumping. We have tried many different things. We created an illegal dumping task force. That group was created around 2021, I believe, if I remember right, is responsible for creating the next 3 items that are on this list: the camera placement at illegal dumping hotspots, changing of ordinances to allow for civil penalties, and then, of course, hiring of contractors to clean up specific areas that we had identified across the city that had illegal dumping in them. We also have educational videos, interviews, social media packages that we put out, placement of roll-off containers in our neighborhoods, and especially in our planning groups in the 4 planning neighborhoods, and those have been very successful. We have 24 roll-offs that are out in those different groups. People are using them a lot. In fact, we have daily reports that I get of how much waste is in those, and they're always full, even on the weekends. So we've moved that operation to 7 days a week as far as emptying those and cleaning them out. So I would say that that's pretty successful as well. Also, participation in local and national cleanup events. We've done a pretty good job of making sure that we're providing support for other groups that are doing that and then also participating ourselves. Our enhanced bulk waste collection program, actually the first thing that I was asked to oversee when I came back and was named managing director was creating a program based on council's direction that you had given Mr. Freeman. Put that program together, collaborate with a group of people that we had here at the city and make it work. The innovation team, along with Public Works Management, Solid Waste, have created a pilot program. I want to say that Kristen Welbeck, who's not here today, she has been such a huge part of this, and she just deserves a big pat on the back for everything that she has done. She's been invaluable to that team and what we've been able to put together, so I wanted to personally say thank you to her. Stakeholder engagement sessions, those were very successful as well. We had input from citizens that wanted to participate in the pilot portion of this program, and we were in there for a couple of hours and got a lot of great feedback, and then there were a lot of conversations that took place after the meeting as well. We also have stakeholder or cross-functional co-creation for the pilot program. And basically what that means is, and it's one of the benefits of the position that I'm in that I value so much, is that we're able to put a group of people together in one room, meet regularly, talk about different ideas, or from different groups from Public Works, Solid Waste, City Management, Building Safety, the Marshal's Office, the accounting department of all people that we brought into this saying, hey, how do we get people paid? Let's walk through those processes. So it's been a very good group effort to put this together. Our pilot launch date is coming up on March the 11th. That's going to start in the San Jacinto neighborhood. I know that our Public Works team has been out for the past couple of weeks collecting data. We've actually segregated that into 4 different areas, and we're collecting the data in real time so that we know what we have out there as far as work orders are concerned for each week of the program. There are actually 5 participants in the pilot program, and I might just mention too, this is just a pilot. These are the only 5 that we're going to be using. We have a lot of people that have called and said, hey, we want to participate in that, and that's coming. We want to make sure that the pilot has been successful and that we're able to take all of the issues that we hope to find so that when we put this process out for the public to participate in it, that it will be completely taken care of and ready to go. And there you see the other departments have participated in this, putting this project together. Just going to talk about the contractor requirements. Once we roll this out, they'll have to have proof of insurance and a valid driver's license. That's where we're landing. Complete a general application, have a 1099 form, and complete a participation agreement that's been through our legal department. And really all they're going to have to need is themselves a vehicle, cell phone, or tablet, something that they can take pictures on, or a computer in some way to transmit that back to us so that when we get the work order completions, we can verify that the work was done. As far as the work order details are concerned, all they're going to have to do is pick up available work orders every Monday. We have a location at the Sims building where they're going to be able to come in, collect the work orders, look through those. They'll be able to actually decide which ones they're going to collect. We are also going to divide that out. It'll be easy during the pilot because we know we have 5. So if we have 25 work orders, we know we can divide that out and make sure that everybody has a separate group of work orders. And the reason we want to do that in the pilot is because we have a very diverse group of people participating in it. Some of them are local contractors. Some of them are father and son. We also have a volunteer group that works as raising money for a church. For their youth group. So we wanted to get a diverse group of people so that we could test this out across all those different platforms to make sure that it works for all of them. Basically, the estimated average, by the way, per alley is $250 per alley, and that's going to change. It's going to be different in every neighborhood that we do, so it's really hard to get a feel for that until we actually get the data collected for what we're picking up out there. The participants will go out and take a picture before. We're actually going to have a picture before on the work order so they can see it. But we want to verify that something else hasn't been added to that calculation when we get out there. So in case there's more than what was said, or if there's less, that we can adjust that when they come back in to be paid for that. Participants will load that, clean it up. They'll take an after picture, and then that'll be a part of what they bring back to us. The disposal of the items, there's two different options for that. They can either take it to the roll-off sites that we talked about just a moment ago, or they can take them out to the landfill as well. If they do that, we're going to add an additional $25 fee on there. And the reason we're doing that is because it's going to eliminate us from having to go out there and take that long trip as well. So somebody with a trailer that wants to do that, they're certainly welcome to do that as well. It's their option. Take a final picture of the items as they get to the disposal site. Also, if they do go to the landfill, they'll have to make sure and get a ticket for that so that we can see that when they turn their work order back in. As far as payment is concerned, the contractor will email the pictures, confirm proof of completion. They'll come back in the following Monday when it's time to pick back up new work orders. They'll turn that work in, and then we'll give them a check within 3 to 4 business days, which is really good on our part, I think, and I think everybody's going to be satisfied with that. And that's where the accounting department came in. We met with them, and we walked through how we were going to make that happen to make sure that it was going to not be 30 days, 45 days before they were paid for that. Some of the other things that we've done, there are website additions that are on our website for the bulk waste program, the participant information packet that is just fantastic, and when you see it, you'll be impressed by it. That's a picture of the cover of it on the right there that you see, but it has all of the information step by step for what they need to do. And we also have placards that they'll hang in their rearview mirror that will associate them with the program. Those have been created as well, and it signs that vehicle, that tag number, to that project. So if people see them in the alley, they'll know what they're there for. And also yard signs. You'll see on the bottom right, that's a yard sign that we're actually going to place. We've got those ordered as well. They should be in next week. And anytime they do a cleanup, we'll go and put those signs there saying that this illegal dumping site has been cleaned up by this program, so that people in the future that might not know, and we find that a lot of people just don't realize it's illegal to do that. So I think that's a good awareness campaign by being able to put those signs out there. And then finally, our goals for the program: to receive feedback from the participants. We want to know what's broken so that we can fix it. We want to incorporate their feedback to make improvements. We want to collect data, and we're going to be collecting a lot of it. We want to know what we're picking up, how long it's taking us. We want to be able to make adjustments to the program as we go. And also, of course, track our resource time and cost for this program as well. And then sustainment planning for long-term success. We want to determine staffing and operational support that we can give to you during budget time to say this is what we need to continue this program should it be successful. So with that, if you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer them. And we're just looking forward to getting this program started. It's exciting for us as staff, for sure.
Questions from Mr. Hooper?
How long do you propose this pilot program to last?
Well, we're hoping that we're going to be able to do it for the month of March. We have 4 different areas in San Jacinto that we think are going to be a good enough test for us that by April we'll be able to open it up to the public. But again, I mean, that's one of those things that we're going to have to see. If we start having a lot of issues with things, we want to keep the month of April available to move to East Ridge or to the new neighborhood where we can continue to work those kinks out. But I really believe, Councilman, that we'll be able to finish this up by the end of March.
Do you ever think you'll have a whole city working at the same time?
That would be the hope. The actual hope would be that no one's working, that it's all taken care of and done. But I think that we could get to that point. I just think for right now we wanted to keep it manageable, and it's a lot easier to manage by quadrant. They're pretty big. If you look at those 4 areas, they're pretty big. We've hosted some cleanup programs in there before, some that we've done ourselves, some that we've hired contractors to do, and it's a lot to manage just to do one of those areas. So we feel like that's our best chance for success right now. But I think certainly maybe if we make a dent in this, there comes a point in time where we just have a group of work orders that are for the entire city, and they're picking them up.
I like it.
When you take the rollaways out there, is it based on the amount of debris that you find, because I went out there with Fuller and Sons one time, and I mean, they got a couple couches. Man, that thing was full, right? I mean, it doesn't fit very well in those and that type deal. So just forward thinking, when y'all take a picture of those before, is that kind of how you determine how many or what rollaways will be out there?
Yes, sir. I think the data is going to give us a lot of information. In fact, the data that we're collecting right now is already giving us a good idea of what's out there because we're looking at the photos. Not to let the cat out of the bag, but we're trying to work with Rich on some technology that he's aware of where we can take these photos and it'll actually inventory that site without us doing anything. It'll know what's in there based on intelligence, so it'll be able to tell us more where we can collect data. So I think that's kind of a cool thing in the future. But I think to answer your question, one thing we have ordered, we are in the process of getting an order together for some more roll-off containers. We know we're going to need them if this program is successful, so we have a dozen of them that we're looking at going ahead and ordering and getting in as a part of this program. And then I think we're just going to have to also monitor the amount of waste that's going in from contractors. We're still seeing that. We try to catch them when we can, talk to them, have a conversation with them. I think there's still some confusion about that this is residential only. But when it gets to that point, I think we're going to be able to handle what's out there. And I know exactly what you're talking about with Fuller. They'll just go do a few alleys and we're completely full. Yeah. The other thing, back to what Mr. Sherlin mentioned a moment ago, when we're working in smaller areas like this, it gives us a chance to allocate our resources to empty those roll-offs while that cleanup is going on in just that area so that we can have room for more.
Makes sense. And are we doing something besides having the supervisors go walk these alleys? I mean, are we looking into maybe the dumpster guys that are already down the alleys? I mean, it just seems like an efficiency to me that I don't understand why we wouldn't.
We can do that. The issue that is, in fact, we were doing that for a while, but the issue with that is we're actually having to go out now and put a price tag to each of these different piles. There's one that is, 1 cubic yard. There's one that's 10 cubic yards. How do we price that? And I think for a trash truck driver, say, in an alley to do that would be pretty difficult to accomplish. So as of right now, we have our management team it's over in the Public Works office at Sims that's doing the inventory. We're trying to find the best way to approach that so that when we do get heavy into the program, that we have the quickest and fastest way to get out there and do the inventory.
Yeah, thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Is this going to be our best solution for illegal dumping?
Oh, man, don't get me started on that.
I mean, I love the idea. I think it's great.
Yeah.
But, we've had times in the past where either the community or does that something, and then at a short period of time, we're back to that.
I'll share my personal belief on that, and I think that sometimes enforcement is the only way that we can handle things like this. And I'll give you a good example of that. When we went to providing a civil penalty for illegal dumping in an area where we had a camera, if we could get their tag number and if we could find out who it was and assign some kind of penalty to them for doing that, that was very effective in some ways. We also found that they just found another place to go dump it. So to me, I think there has to be some consideration for an enforcement piece at some point in time in this. That is, if we see repetitive things. But one of the pieces of data that I'm going to be bringing back to council when we give our update of where we're at on it is how many times do we see repetitive things dumped in the same exact location over and over and over again. I think that's where we start to maybe entertain going down that path as a better solution or best solution.
I think we, because maybe I had asked the question or somebody else did before, will we have trucks going down these lanes anyway? Could they not report it? But I think what you told me, they've got their job to do and they need to pay attention to their main job instead of, so they don't hit gas lines or those types of things. But what about the possibility of a video camera on the front of the truck, at least or maybe not video, but some method to pick up? Because it would seem to me if we get to these things sooner rather than later, but other ways to keep track of where this dumping is going on more in real time, or to be able to get the information back.
I'm not going to speak on Rich's behalf because he's the technological genius around here for all of us, but that's a lot of the idea of what we're looking at with technology is being able to put some type of device on the trash trucks where they're not having to do anything and it is collecting that data for us. I think that's down the road a piece, but we're already going that direction. We have, in fact, when they're collecting the data now, that's what they're using as a camera. They're not spending a lot of time. They're going, taking a photo, bring it back to the office. That's when we do our work on it. But yeah, the trash truck drivers themselves have got so many things going on in the cab of that truck for safety reasons. We really want them focusing on that instead of hitting a fence or, just as you mentioned, a gas meter or something like that.
Thank you.
Did that answer your question? Okay.
Councilman, what do you think? Okay. I am excited about it. I think that it can be automated. I think that it can grow. I love the fact that you're taking it one section at a time, pilot program. But my vision for this is citywide. I also would like to tie it in with 311, where citizens are already taking a photo and sending that pothole in of, hey, need you to know this needs fixed, that it can also be the same on the trash item, and that we would then somehow get good enough at this to be able to say, well, we've been paying this much for that average size load. And it's all automated or digital, reducing the time of supervisors out there walking the alleys and having to do all this. I think the paper trail right now is much needed, and starting with the 5 is great. The other side of this is I love the fact that it grows small business. So what we have is we have the option of council saying, hey, let's just allocate $1 million over here, and let's go hire the largest cleanup company, as a sub, and just let them run all the alleys. And all we did at that point was teach our citizens that we'll pick up the stuff left laying around, and it'll cost you $1 million every year. I think this will reduce that cost down. I mean, I hope we spend $250,000 in paying contractors, but these are independent contractors. These are small business. These are self-employed individuals. You got to think about all the things you're learning. Maybe you've never filled out a 1099 before. Maybe you don't know how to hook up a trailer to a truck, and that this is a good job that's outside. You're learning all this from staff. There's videos online that show you here's how you properly secure a load. Here's what you do when you get to the landfill. Here's how you fill out this form. There's so many teaching opportunities here. We have another mentoring program that's here in town where they loved it. And they said, this is an excellent opportunity for us to engage, fund this nonprofit to a great extent, take some young men with us and go teach them how to work. And so this will have a bigger impact. Plus, I think if you have all of us out there and we're kind of doing it, I think it becomes some self-policing, and it's a little bit less likely to inspire more of the same just throw it down, throw it anywhere mentality. So you guys have done a great job of putting this together. They say nothing moves fast in government, but honestly, this has moved along pretty quickly, and so I definitely want to compliment staff on putting this together. I'm excited. I think we're gonna learn a lot in March.
Thank you, and I agree with your comment. I think the sky's the limit where we can go with it. Just we got to get the initial program rolling first, and then we'll start heading down any path we want to, or the council wants us to.
Great job. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Donnie.
Appreciate that. Okay, next on the list, item 7D, ordinance number 8092 regarding massage establishments. So let me start, if I can. You okay with that?
Well, actually, I was going to say, Mayor, that I really think you'll have all the information you want. You don't need this presentation. It's the same comments that we had before. So, yeah, I was just going to mention that my massage therapist is actually here in the audience, so I'm glad that she's here.
Well, yeah. So let me start here. Let me just say, this is my fault. So I missed this one. I'm not going to play the rookie card very often, but I'm playing the rookie card here today. I appreciate the grace and the patience with you guys. I definitely identify with some small business owners that have said, to us, also today, but also before today, look, we're not against you, but this is a mistake. And so I think I just want to apologize to our citizens. I missed it. So I personally was taking an inordinate amount of text message or email or one-on-one conversation about well, what is this? What's going on over there? How come you guys don't enforce this? Or from another establishment that's licensed saying, this is what I deal with, So, I addressed council and just said, how old's that ordinance? And they told us it was pretty outdated. They felt like staff was willing to take direction from council to update that ordinance, and then city marshal's office is a perfect fit for how we do need some good regulations, and they need to be reasonable, and we all should want to be regulated to a certain extent when we are licensed and we are running a business. And so there's the right role of government in there. We handed it off to staff. Honestly, I did not go back through it. I didn't go, line by line. I saw some things that looked to be struck, and they were either underlined or it wasn't real conclusive as to whether it was struck or underlined. So I'm just telling you, it's my fault. And then I'm going to tell you it won't happen again. So I will supervise this. I will key in a little bit more. I've got 4 gentlemen here that work really hard. They're not going to miss it either, and they're gonna follow up as well. And so we handed it over. Did not do a good job for you. Caused ourselves some problems, just in the time and the energy and some of the fallout from people feeling a way that was never intended. So never intended to make anyone feel like you're the problem or I want to regulate you because I can't enforce what's needed. And so as an example, the old ordinance said, opposite sex, male, shall not massage female or female male. Like that was struck. You guys are reading that as though, no, it wasn't struck. It looks underlined. You're 100% correct. For whatever reason, when they struck it, it looks underlined. And so when I took a phone call from a nice lady who said, hey, surely this doesn't say this, I'm telling her, no, it doesn't say that. And then we go in and we look at it, and I'm like, I'm sorry, it sure looks like it does say that. And so never intended to try to enforce the clothing aspect of it, like where you got to wear your jeans, when you're late. I mean, all of that was just so much beyond what our intention was. We were really trying to reduce some of the old and update to the new. And then I took my hand off of it. Like one thing that I really was surprised by was there was kind of a line in there that just said at any time, city marshal, or it may not have said city marshal, but, staff would have the opportunity to ask you for additional information if they saw fit. Like, please no, never give that temptation to somebody where just for any reason I can demand things from you. I can make it. Let's be very, very narrowly defined, very specific in okay, we have good employees that work for the city. We want them to know what they're doing and what they're not doing. And then we ran every what if in my office with, well, what if I'm this person, and what if I need to lock the door, and well, what if we have this establishment and we're all in the room. And so we've ran the gamut on it. There is a good path forward, but I think it starts with you guys hearing us say, I think this is the right way to do this. I'm not going to make a habit of sitting up here and saying, I apologize, but I missed it. And so I think we can correct it. I think the state rules and regulations line out much, much more than we thought. And I think the only intention that council had was we have an area of the code that's not being enforced at all. And the pushback we got was, well, it's not real clearly enforceable. And so we don't really have a plan to enforce it. So we were trying to define something that allowed our city marshals to work and operate a little bit more like environmental health does. So if you are a hairstylist and you are licensed with the state, you have that posted and you get an inspection. If you're a nail salon, you have some requirements. It didn't seem inordinate to have something like that the city marshals were able to go and inspect. And then the cost was not a revenue for the city. We're not trying to revenue anything. So honestly, it didn't matter to me whether it was $10 or $100. But we learned a great deal. Massage establishment is way different than licensed massage therapist, and that's different than solo practitioner. And so what I would hope to do with staff today is to get a direction from council that is just in the way of what's the least amount of ordinance that we can put in place. Maybe we look at revoking the old because it's so convoluted and it's been so misunderstood that we just need a clean sheet. And then where do we stop where, like, the state's doing all of this already? We only needed to do X, Y, and Z. Instead, we've got A through triple F here, and it is just way off the rails. So if you guys would, I think we could obviously take some discussion here today, and we could let you speak to specifics. But I almost feel like we're so far from having something narrowly defined that we really need to go back to legal and start from a clean draft. Ma'am, I will take your comment, but let me ask if I can engage with counsel first, and then we'll come to you. So, yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a suggestion that maybe we get some of these licensed massage therapists here to form a little committee and work with Donnie and his department they know the laws, they know what they're up against. We don't have any idea at all. And to me, we would have a good ordinance come out of that discussion. I think would be a good way to do it.
Let me separate here real quick, and then we'll let everybody jump. We do probably need to start our conversation of, do we want to do nothing and just rely on the state as TDLR and totally pull back, or are we okay with doing something, but we'd like to make sure it's the right thing? Because I think if we all say no, we probably do have an aspect here that should be regulated that is not, and it's really not being directed to staff like it should. Then I love your idea in putting a small committee together and taking a little time. We're not under any deadline or urgency, and we want to get this right for you guys.
Can I jump in real quick? I'm going to add to what Mayor said, and he was being pretty gracious. So when this came out, we did hear from you guys. Mayor wasn't able to attend. I think some of you assembled and would ask for a elected official to be there to hear you guys out. So I met you guys, about 40 of you. Okay, some of you I know some of you were there for sure, and some of you might not have been, but had some good feedback from you guys. There's about 40, didn't know what kind of environment I was walking in, didn't know if I was going to walk out, So I appreciated it because we understand. I mean, it looked like that, the city was coming after your livelihood. And that was not the intention at all. Again, Mayor took the blame for it, but we all missed it. So we got some good feedback. We got a lot of good feedback. Took a lot of notes, and I'll kind of go over some of the issues or some of the points, if that's okay.
Yes,
that were brought up. And this is not all encompassing by any form or fashion, because I will say then we had a follow-up meeting that we invited some that were willing and had the space available in their schedules to come in and talk again and literally go line by line through this terrible ordinance. Okay, so we went line by line saying, what does this look like? What does it need to be? What does this need to be struck? Does this need to be? So we tried to get feedback. So to Councilman Sherlin's idea of maybe forming a committee, that was kind of the beginning of it. Now, those were just randomly. I mean, it's not, those weren't, leaders, weren't anything else. We were just saying, hey, who's willing to come in and sit through this thing? So some of the issues that I know that some of you brought up, we need a better definition of establishment, who falls in this category for enforcement, who doesn't, cleanup of the exemption section, client intake forms, as Mayor addressed, requirements to provide, we're not big fans of that, the fee that was being charged, the application that we found out for the city, way too intrusive, is asking for your spouse's information, that kind of stuff. We don't want that. I mean, we just don't. It's terrible. Okay, so the massaging the opposite sex, requirements for unlocked door. We're about your safety and your security. So again, terrible. In-home massages, we discussed that, because there's a lot of people that maybe they can't get to you guys, but you need to go to their home. So we're looking at that. Feel like it should be allowed. And then verified. Hopefully y'all seen that we're postponing the enforcement of it. As Mayor said, we're not under any deadline to push this forward, but we pushed out a press release to let you guys know, hey, we're not enforcing this.
We're backing off. We're going to listen to you guys. We're going to take input from you, which is where it should have started. So that's really what we want to do. And again, this is not all encompassing what I just listed. So if you're sitting there going, hey, there's 8 other things that you did. And I sent this to the interim city manager because he wanted, we're trying to compile as much information as we can to get it to legal, to say, hey, we need to align with what the state has already. We don't want to create anything more. And if there's any definitions, we just want to align with it, right? And it's too complicated. If we call things certain things or enforce things a certain way, but the state does it a different way, we don't want to do that. We don't want to make your life complicated. So I just wanted to lay that out there, let you know that that's what's been done so far. And like Mayor said before, the speed of government's usually not very quick, but I think we had to respond pretty quickly to this. And hopefully we're doing as good as we can. We're sorry for the initial that it got out there and how it made you feel. I really dislike that the media lumped you guys in. I know they showed videos of some establishments that are exactly what you are not, and then lumped some of you guys right there with them. I wish we could control that stuff, but we can't, right, on what the media does. I didn't think that was fair. It did lump y'all in, and that is certainly not our intention whatsoever. What we want to do is legitimize you guys. You've put hours in, your work, your CE hours, what you do. It's a great profession. And I think, I don't know everybody, I think we're all proponents of massage up here. So, like, Donnie said his massage therapist is here. So, yeah, so we're for you guys. So I want you to hear that. So just want to get that out there to let you know where we are on that.
Thank you. Mayor, I really appreciate you taking the fall, but I can't let it happen because I'm one of 5 that put yes whenever we passed that ordinance back in October. So I owe my citizens I serve a sincere apology for this. It's obviously not the intention. As far as where my direction is on this, my opinion would be is A, wipe the whole thing and start fresh, and B, we need to find out where we're headed. So if we're trying to combat human trafficking, I think staff within state law and what can we do to address those issues and bring that back is where I would like to head with that. I mean, that's just my opinion.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I would go, probably best of intentions, horrible execution. And, unfortunately, the only way you learn things is when you make a mistake. And unfortunately, we made a mistake here, and there were several mistakes made. I think one of the things, the lessons that I've learned through this is, and I think we do this well at times, but I think for some reason we fell short on this. I know that when we're dealing with environmental health, I hear we've gone to talk to the restaurant owners. We've gone to talk with the food trucks. We're talking with these people. I may be missing something, but it didn't seem like we were communicating with this community that would have been impacted by this to determine, hey, is this the right thing? And also the communication. I think we did this back in October, but I guess a press release went out to finally alert everyone, and that seemed to be what got picked up. So the communication, both on the front end, and I think all this, the lesson I've learned is the question that I'm always going to be asking, and I think we all should be asking that we did not ask is, have we talked to the people impacted by this ordinance to make sure that and run this by them? I think we do a good job of that a lot of the time, but for some reason that seems to have fallen through the cracks here. And I am never going to be the expert on these laws, but we're the check and balance to make sure that the experts, the people that are putting these things together, and I feel like at this point there were some questions that I should have asked, just like you had, to say, have we done the check and balance on this to make sure that it's done? The other thing is, I think when you're looking at ordinances, the question is, what problem are you trying to solve? And in this, what problem we were trying to solve, was this the best way to do it? Obviously not. I think, let's go back to the beginning. Let's say, what problem are we trying to solve? And let's look at existing laws or existing ordinance, either state or local, to say, can these laws help solve this problem? Is it a matter of we don't have the wrong laws if it's enforcement? But, unfortunately, this was not executed the way that it is. But I think the benefit for me and hopefully for this council is that we'll be asking those questions in the future to make sure that we're doing that check and balance role and things slip through the cracks as they did this time. But I think if we want to go back into this, let's start, what problem are we trying to solve? Can we do it through existing laws and ordinances? If we can't, then very specific of what do we need, if anything, to be able to do that.
Yeah, and can I tag on to that one last thing, Mayor? Another thing that also bugged me, and this is, so when we look back at the agenda memo back in October, we talked about it, this is public, this was on our agenda, it talks about the objectives. Identify and track all massage established ordinances within Amarillo, process and applications and issue business licenses, conduct initial and annual inspections, begin accepting applications after second reading and final approval, begin enforcement in January. If I'm not mistaken, looking in this, not once in there did it talk about we were trying to combat human trafficking. Not once did it talk about the fee increases, which was a part of that deal. And so, this is something that bugs me, and I think is our job to hold staff accountable to, is if this is what the public's seeing, this is what we're seeing, we have to be fully transparent as much as we can on this. I think this is I'm not blaming complete staff, but, I'm just as guilty as this. This is something I could have said whenever I was reading this, but like I said, I publicly apologize to my constituents, and we'll work hard to fix it.
Yeah, so thank you, gentlemen. I do want to get to some discussion, but before we do that, I would like to go ahead and direct staff. I'll be happy to volunteer to run with this one so I can attend the meetings and be there to make sure that I'm hearing it firsthand. I think we have 300 to 400 licensed massage therapists here in town. I believe it's probably a data collection we already have. Can we just email them directly and let them respond, or how is the best way to get a group together to where we can go ahead and get started working on this issue?
Sure, and I think we can work on that outside of this meeting for sure and start heading down that path or whatever direction council send us. But I want to say this as well. As the managing director over that entire group, I came back after this had already gone through its initial discussion, then there was a first reading, and then I was back, and I didn't do a good job of reading through this as well. So my apologies not only to council, but also to our staff below me and to all those that have had to deal with this too, because I should have done a better job with that, and I can tell you that I won't let that happen again either. And I think that that's a lesson that I've learned on this as well, that you've got to read those word by word, understand them fully, even though it came right in the middle of it. I just think that was something that I needed to say as well. So moving forward, I think we're very willing to take any comments that council has. We followed the message board as well and have followed the comments on there and do whatever council's desire is on this.
Okay, so real quick, do you have a preference or recommendation on how we reach these LMTs?
Do not.
Do we want to put something out that, do we have the ability to grab that data and email them directly, or is that not the best practice?
Can we just take some time and look into that?
Sure.
Take our time and look at that. Like you said a moment ago, I don't know that we're in a huge hurry.
Okay.
I think we want to do it right, figure out the best way that we could do that on our end, and then get back with you.
Okay.
Either via the message board through Mr. Freeman or in another council meeting as well.
Thank you.
One other thing that we might consider, because I believe I received an email or two, and maybe someone in the new room would know it, there's a statewide organization that lobbies and supports licensed massage therapists. They may be someone that we would want to connect with on this to ask for their guidance. They may know far more than we know about what this issue is, and that there's a national organization as well that could be able to provide some important expertise to say, because they may give us some ideas that can help us do exactly what we're trying to do without causing harm like we did. So I don't know if there's organizations like that support these professionals that could maybe provide support for us at finding out if we write an ordinance, how can we correctly do it?
Sure, that's great feedback, and I think we actually have an email from, I don't know if it's an organization or someone's a part of a group or something. We have some emails that are related to that, so we'll look into that as well.
Okay. Anything further from council on this? Okay. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Don.
Yeah, thanks.
Appreciate the citizens giving us a minute to just kind of do business here in public, and this is what it looks like sometimes. So appreciate you listening. I do want to ask, we had several people that spoke earlier. I would like for everybody to be very respectful and conscientious of everyone's time. We have people that are here that are waiting on agenda items to be brought forward so that they can continue on and make sure that they can go on with their day. I think what we just did was we decided we're not going to come up with the best answer here today. We're definitely not going to try to draft a document here with you today. But if you have direction, and if you can speak to this is a good direction or this is a bad direction, I want to hear from you here today. And I would ask you to be very proficient in speaking. And so I don't think we have to run the 3-minute clock, but if you would let me try to kind of keep us moving in a good direction on this. And then after this, I think we're going to take a recess after everybody gets a chance to talk that needs to. And then we'll come back and go. So, yes, ma'am, I had your hand up. If you don't mind coming forward.
As I worked in the medical field for many, many years, and all of these massage therapists are medical. And our credo was do no harm to the patient. And one thing that has not been brought up to this council, and this is the HIPAA regulations. It's HIPPA. They are federal, and they guide all medical records. So if you have an inspector and he walks in, and I'm going to use Chuck as an example, he can walk into Chuck's office and he can inspect. He cannot get my medical records without my signed and dated statement. And I don't know the law, but I don't know if you got a warrant, you could get them. And this is a federal law, and all of my physicians that I go to every year, every January, I have to go in and sign a new statement. And it says I have to write on there who may have my medical records. Mm-hmm. And one of my physicians, if your name isn't on that list, they hang the phone up on you because they can go to jail. These are hard and fact rules on medical records, and nobody has breached that, and this is part of the medical, that the records have to be maintained. And so this is a very big part. I worked in nursing before we had HIPAA, and a small Army community, they'd call me up. I worked on the labor deck. So-and-so is on there. Can you tell me how she's doing? No, all I can tell you is she's here. I can't tell you any. You'll have to talk to her husband. He's at work. But now I'm not even sure that the nurses can even tell you that because these regulations, they change them every year. All of the doctors and anybody that takes care of medical, such as whether you're nursing or physical therapist or massage therapist, these rules must be gone over
Yes,
and
ma'am.
understood and go by them.
Well,
because nobody
thank you.
wants to go to jail over them.
I understand. Yes, ma'am. That will be at the forefront of the conversation.
So I just need you to allude that. I wanted to include that because
We
it's
will.
very important according to the licensure.
Ma'am,
Yes, ma'am.
can you please
Thank
state your name and if you're a citizen for the record?
If you'd say your name one more time.
Shirley Nichols, I'm First Sergeant.
Shirley Nichols, First Sergeant.
I'm a resident. I live in the high rent district. And so I pay a lot of taxes.
She'd like it stated in the record she's overtaxed. Thank you, First Sergeant. Appreciate you.
It's a big lot, and I didn't know it was that big. I bought it. But I paid for it.
Okay, I do not want to push back at all. Happy to continue in the conversation with you guys. But I would ask for anyone only to raise their hand to speak if they feel that they have something that can contribute to the direction of where we go from here. Anyone else here? I haven't heard from you, ma'am, if you wouldn't mind coming forward.
My name is Kathy Welch. I am a citizen of Amarillo. I am a landlord of several massage therapists, and as I shared with Councilman Tips the other day, I'm a massage junkie. I'm also a political junkie, and the state regulates this. Period. If you guys have a report that one of these massage therapists is doing something wrong, there's a number you call. The state takes care of this. You don't need to. If you want to step down on those of other places, as a landlord, I turn them down. Step down on them, but leave the law-abiding citizens alone. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate that. Sir, I know you spoke earlier, but if you would, we'll wait and make sure there's nobody else. Anyone else have anything that they need to contribute here before we take our last comment? Yes, sir. You'll be our last comment on this, and then we'll take a recess.
I didn't know. It's hard to get up and down. I just wanted to let you know that you can go to tdlr.texas.com, and you can pull up a roster of all the massage therapists licensed in the state of Texas, and they will send it to you. And then you have to, it's in an Excel file, you'll have to break it down to the Amarillo people, okay? But that's a place where you can get all of that information. You can also get the establishment licenses that are in force in the state of Texas and Amarillo, Texas. I belong to an organization called ABMP. You can contact them. They
Tell us what that stands for.
Professional organizations. The AMA is another one, and those people, I'm sure, would be able to give you some guidance. They have those type of people in there to help you.
Can you tell us what the other one stands for so we can look that up?
Sorry?
Can you tell us what the other one stands for? Did you say ABP?
ABMP is American Bodywork and Massage Professionals.
Okay, real good.
And the AMA is the American Medical or American Massage Association.
Okay, very helpful. Thank you for that. That definitely helps us.
Can
Thank
you
guys.
please state your name, sir, and if you're a resident for the record?
My name is Charles Houston, and yes, I am a resident of Amarillo.
Thank you, Mr. Houston.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your time on that. Once again, we appreciate your patience and letting us work through it. Hey, we'll get this right. So thank you, guys. We're going to take a 15-minute recess, and then we'll come back and finish our meeting. Call ourselves back in session. At this time, we are going to move on from item 7D to item 7E. We have our interim city manager, Mr. Freeman.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council.
Hey, Mayor, real quick, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Is it okay if I say something?
Yes, sir. Go right ahead.
I'm getting lots of questions. So citizens are they're wanting to know kind of a little bit about what's going on, because we've made some announcements, rescinded them, and now we're here kind of talking about this today. But I guess I'd kind of like to, because before we kind of get to the topic at hand, because I've been getting questions about this, I thought maybe it'd be good for you. I mean, can you catch everyone up to what's happened and kind of?
Yeah, that's all in my presentation.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Well, because I got to, if before we get to that, if you could just kind of get to that part, and then we kind of move forward.
Sure. So I'll cover the whole history of it. So this afternoon, I'm sharing with you the vision of our city manager's office staff had when preparing the recently proposed organizational structure changes. Our team before, with a combined 96 years of public and private sector experience, majority in leadership roles, developed these recommendations. In December, we started reviewing the organizational structure to determine if there were any improvements we could make to benefit the city and help us meet City Council's goals adopted in your strategic pillars. Changes that could develop our leaders, encourage retention and succession planning, drive innovation, and support high-performing city staff. This came on the heels of our management team adopting staff-focused mission, vision, and values within the organization. The restructuring would help integrate those across the organization by having managing directors lead multiple departments for a more cohesive approach. We've seen great results with previous managing directors, most recently Donnie Hooper, who I appointed to the role in October. He's done an excellent job providing leadership for our departments. He is also an example of someone who left the city for more responsibility, but the managing director role encouraged him to come back. We have lost many of our experienced leaders to other local companies like Pantex, TxDOT, and others due to lack of opportunities to step up and add value. Staff can attest to the improvements they have seen since Donnie took on the role and the increased collaboration. Highlights include a new bulky waste pilot program, which you just heard about, roadway safety ordinance, procedural changes in building safety for better customer service, and third-party inspections for energy efficiency projects. Managing directors can focus on these larger, high-profile projects and council pillar-related initiatives in coordination with staff to produce positive results to meet council's goals, while directors are focused on the responsibilities of overseeing the daily operations of their departments. On paper, it might seem we are adding more layers to the org chart that could be perceived as having more red tape to get things done. In practice, for a large organization, it does the opposite. Alan Harder, who recently also came back to the city after leaving for another opportunity, he's the Assistant Director of Public Works, told me he has seen many benefits from the change, including being empowered to make operational decisions for the department that may have previously only been made by the director. This allows Public Works to be more efficient in dealing with the daily challenges they are faced with. He's also seen increased collaboration with other departments like building safety that is under Donnie's portfolio because they get to interact more. Reviewing the organizational structure, I wanted to give all our directors an opportunity to apply and present their ideas. I asked them to provide me with personal vision and readiness statements, departmental alignments, organizational benefits by them taking on an expanded leadership role. This was an application process of sorts. 11 submissions were received by the deadline. Many had similar ideas, such as public safety departments coming together. After reviewing the proposals and how they could fit with the current org chart, the city manager's office team came to the final recommendation that is shown on your screens of creating 4 new managing director roles for a total of 5 with Donnie Hooper. The proposed managing directors are transit, overseeing women, infants, and children, and a focus area of safety. This was previously a division of HR. Office of Engagement and Innovation, overseeing 311, Civic Center, and a focus area of organizational advancement, which will be a new division of OEI. Community Development, overseeing animal management and welfare, library, and focus area of purchasing, previously a division of finance, and Public Safety, overseeing police, fire, OEM, and AECC. I am not proposing any new departments, but simply reallocating existing staff resources to form a new reporting structure. This brings us in line with how the organization was structured prior to 2016, when interim city manager Terry Childers revised the organizational chart, except public safety managing directors maintain director status of the respective departments. When creating new positions after a budget is adopted, staff determines how to fund them, ensuring we stay within the authorized budget and authorized full-time equivalent employee count. This plan does not add FTEs or exceed the budget set for the general fund per council's adopted financial policies. It reallocates existing resources. Historically, this is through mid-year adjustments, identifying vacant positions that are no longer needed, and other ongoing expenses that may no longer be a priority compared to funding new positions. For example, eliminating one admin technician in the city manager's office, one administrative assistant 4 in public works, one deputy court clerk 1 in municipal court, and capturing the vacant assistant city manager savings in the city manager's office. And operational savings in public works would provide the $479,000 necessary to cover the changes without a budget amendment. This is moving 0.19% of the $250 million general fund budget. All mid-year changes are formalized in the upcoming fiscal year 2024 and 2025 budgeting process. So we had 2 new positions were created with the proposal. Managing Director of Public Safety, which requires a strong manager and a collaborative and innovative leader with previous executive leadership experience in public safety, serving as an advisor to city management on public safety activities. This position represents public safety departments at council meetings, intergovernmental meetings, and other various community and board meetings. The position is expected to be visionary in identifying, promoting, and advancing public safety initiatives, activities, and practices as part of an overall team to advance the objectives of City Council. The other 3 managing directors maintain direct oversight of their current departments, but it is important for this position to not be directly affiliated with one of the departments they oversee, allowing for an unbiased approach when working on a high-profile public safety initiatives, which is critically important to the safety of Amarillo. As you can see on this slide, this is not a new approach to improving public safety. Here are 16 examples of other various size cities with this position in place because they saw the importance of additional dedicated leadership. Cities such as St. Louis, Missouri, McKinney, Texas, Carrollton, Texas, Cleveland, Ohio, and Denver, Colorado. The second position added was Director of Organizational Advancement. This one plays a pivotal role in the Office of Engagement and Innovation by enhancing the efficiency, effectiveness, and culture of the organization. Their responsibilities include the development and implementation of strategies aimed at fostering employee engagement, productivity, and satisfaction. It requires an established and qualified current employee who knows our values. Leading initiatives to foster a cohesive culture aligned with the organization's mission, vision, and values. This position spearheads leadership development programs to nurture talent and drive organizational growth. The role extends to supporting the training and successful adoption of enterprise software rollouts, ensuring seamless integration and optimization of technology to enhance operational outcomes. On this slide, there are also 16 cities focusing dedicated staff toward organizational advancement to invest in their employees, benefiting the community long term. McKinney, Houston, Corpus Christi, Georgetown, St. Louis, Missouri, Fort Lauderdale, Florida, and Colorado Springs, Colorado. Before executive session last week, I'd emailed council the managing director idea on January 26th and the final decision on February 9th before the announcement press releases went out February 12th. 4 out of 5 council members had positive or neutral feedback. Before I ask for additional feedback today, I'd also like it be beneficial to discuss how councils give direction to staff. I emailed some of this information to council prior to the executive session last week. The main document covering the core functions, of course, of the organization is the city charter. The charter was adopted in 1913. At a time, the city had a population of 9,500 and only a few employees. We have researched records estimating this number to be between 20 and 25. We now have a population of 200,000 and 2,500 employees. To change the charter, it requires calling an election for the voters to approve it. The charter is supplemented by ordinances, resolutions, and policies adopted by subsequent city councils and continue for years until updated by future city councils. Similarly, when I became interim city manager, any existing staff policies from previous city managers stayed in place, but I have the authority to revise them when necessary. According to the Amarillo Charter shown on the screen, these are the duties I have as interim city manager. I want to go ahead and highlight just a few of them. Shall be the administrative head of the municipal government and shall be responsible for the efficient administration of all departments. B is appoint all appointed officers or employees of the city with the advice and consent of the council, such appointments to be made upon merit and fitness alone, and remove all officers and employees appointed by the manager. I also have performing such other duties as may be prescribed by this charter or be required by ordinance or resolution of the council. To revise or rescind the documents supplementing the charter, you follow the same process used to create them or that of a higher level. An ordinance changes an ordinance, resolution, or policy. A resolution changes a resolution or policy, and so forth. In comparison to the state of Texas Constitution, the state legislature approves bills setting laws and policies for the governor and employees to abide by. I would like to present the policies and resolutions and ordinance that I and staff have been operating under since 2015, and why the organizational changes I made were under previously approved city manager authority that have not been revised or rescinded. Since the city attorney was told not to be in the executive session meeting last week, I know we'll be able to address any questions you might have today since these are legal documents. Governance and ends policy adopted April 2019 and most recently in August 2021 after the May election and when a new council member was seated. This policy is posted on our website under the mayor and council members page and has been provided to council. Examples include delegation to the city manager. All council authority delegated to staff is delegated to the city manager, so that all authority and accountability of staff as far as the council is concerned is considered to be the authority and accountability of the city manager. The city manager is authorized to establish all further policies, make all decisions, take all actions, establish all practices, and develop all activities. Council may change its ends and executive limitations policy, thereby shifting the boundary between council and city manager domains. By doing so, the council will change the latitude given to the city manager. Council members will respect and support the city manager's decisions and choices whenever made pursuant to existing policies. Under the City Council Member Code of Conduct, adhere to the council manager form of government set out in the charter, not interfere with the administrative functions of the city or the city staff, and not impair the ability of city staff to implement city council policy decisions. Under city council responsibilities, hire, terminate, and supervise the city manager and the municipal court judge. Under city manager responsibilities, efficiently administer all city departments and all city staff except municipal court judge. And under Code of Ethics for council members, comply with the letter and spirit of the laws of the nation, the state of Texas, and the city, including all city policies. Under municipal services and providing municipal services to the citizens of Amarillo, the city manager will, within the bounds of available resources, continually strive to improve operational efficiencies. The document also states that council will review all policies annually. Although the council may also review and update any policy at any time deemed prudent and necessary by the council expects immediate adjustment by the city manager to any policy change instituted by council. Resolution 12-21-15-1 was adopted in December 2015. This was by Mayor Harpole and the City Council. Per ordinance, all resolutions shall be preserved for permanent record by the City Secretary. This resolution touches on very similar topics as the governance and ends policies, and states regarding council relations with the city manager. Under the council manager form of government, interference by council members is prohibited in the city's administrative service, including the hiring, firing, and work of municipal workers, with the exception of the city manager and the municipal court judge. Resolution 2-20-18-4, this was adopted in February 2018. This policy creates budget policies and guidelines to be incorporated by the city manager and staff in preparation of the annual budget and determining financial policies. It states the city will consider innovative changes and other methods to offer services to the citizens and to increase efficiencies in its operations and the budget. Ordinance 8068, adopted in September 2023, approving the current fiscal year budget, states that the city manager is authorized to approve transfers between line items in any departmental budget and to make transfers between funds within the budget which will neither decrease a program or service adopted in said budget nor increase expenditures over the total amount of expenditures approved in said budget in order to meet unanticipated expenditures within any department, program, or service. It also stated again within the budget document itself, expenditures may not legally exceed appropriations at the fund level for each legally adopted annual operating budget. The city manager may transfer appropriation balances from one expenditure account to another within a department or fund. Until last Tuesday, these were what I knew to work from and had experience with. This is how the three cities I have worked for during my 16-year career operate. Council-approved legal documents provide direction and continuity for staff when every 2 years we have an election and potential changes in council leadership, but the organization must continue to function. I know you all have a city manager recruitment search to run, and I respect that, but I have a city operation to run and have been doing so at a high level since you appointed me in September. A majority of council have told me to run it how I need to in order to implement your council's strategic pillars, and I have a performance matrix that you will all grade me with at the end of my interim appointment. I would never do anything to intentionally cause harm to your ability to recruit great candidates. In my professional opinion, I did what I thought best for the organization to make it as efficient and high-performing as possible, using the approved budget and existing resources to do so. Having spoken with many of you since the executive session, the main concerns I heard were me not following the charter. I believe I have now addressed those concerns by sharing the policies, resolutions, and ordinance adopted by you or previous councils to help put in black and white how City Council and the City Manager work together for the benefit of the community and the Council Manager form of government adopted by the citizens of Amarillo. The charter states I am to perform other such duties required by ordinance or resolution of the council. Knowing these were in place and providing me clear direction on my role as interim city manager for making personnel and operational decisions, I still request your additional feedback today. Although it is hard to argue I didn't already have the authority to make organizational changes, I thought appropriate until the council's policies, resolutions, and ordinances were updated. I also want to be abundantly clear that I did not break the law or ignore the charter. Absent documents like these and having to proceed just based on the charter, I would need to bring you all 2,500 hires for your consent, however this council ultimately defines consent. Nevertheless, at this point, I'm not sure I'd make any of the changes now since internal operational changes have become so public, politicized, and are personally affecting our staff. Many of them may no longer be willing to take on a higher leadership role. You all see it at this dais now, having full authority as an elected body, and this is the best time to provide clear direction to me and staff that we will be ethically and legally bound to follow. It's highly understandable and respected that a recently elected city council would want to revisit and update existing policies, resolutions, and ordinances to provide staff with clear direction, particularly with an interim city manager in place. This is why the governance and ends policy recommend at least an annual review. This is procedural and follows a normal process for any items we bring to council. This direction will be vital to the success of your new city manager starting in a few months. Those candidates want to know if this council is operating under a council manager form of government. But more importantly, an anxious organization deserves to know how we are supposed to operate moving forward. As interim city manager and staff, we don't have the luxury to choose which policies, resolutions, or ordinances to follow once they are adopted by the governing body. We are too large of an organization to not have those parameters in writing. In my role as a professional manager, I submit policy proposals, provide facts, and provide technical and professional advice regarding council's policy options. I strongly recommend City Council bring back additional agenda items during your upcoming council meetings to review and either revise or rescind the current policies, resolutions, or ordinance. This is imperative to protect the council and staff relationship moving forward by providing clear expectations, to build trust, and to benefit the community. Council may want to consider waiting until your new city manager is on board. They would likely want to weigh in on that discussion with their past experiences and preferences for your consideration. Overall, this completes my presentation. I'm happy to take your feedback on the proposed organizational changes, answer questions, and take your direction on next steps to address the adopted policies, resolutions, or ordinances that I have highlighted.
Mr. Interim City Manager, we appreciate the presentation. You obviously are frustrated. I get this. I think it's okay to acknowledge it. For us to have a productive conversation moving forward, I need you to recognize that we too are frustrated. And my concern and council's concern is we have harmed our organization. We're not moving in a good direction organizationally. There's not a clear understanding of where we came from, how this got here, how it was rolled out, and where we're going. Being a leader on this team, I feel responsible that we need to make sure that, to the best of our abilities, we walk out of here with clear direction.
Absolutely. Yes,
I have some good items that I would like to address. I think we would greatly appreciate, even if it is pushback, your perspective as we continue to move forward here. I do know Councilman Simpson started off with a request of, let's go back. How did we get here? I appreciate your timeline, but I think at this point I would like to offer to council, and maybe Councilman Simpson wants to go first, if not somebody else. Still pretty unclear how we got here. Still pretty unclear where the charter sits in this. We need to identify both, I think, before we even look at any positional placements. So let's speak about direction as much as we can, and then I think if we're in a good position, then we look at the organizational chart. You good with that, sir?
Absolutely.
Okay. Councilman Simpson, I'd ask you, you spoke up first, so you kind of put yourself out there if you'd like to.
Well, I guess the frustration level must be going both ways because, I mean, my question is, were all council members, I know I wasn't informed of any of these changes. Were all the council members informed of these changes besides me before you announced them on that Friday? The complete new organizational chart and those changes?
No, that's when I shared them with council. And then the
And
press
why
release
did you
went out
not
on
feel
Monday.
like, why would you not share those with the mayor? I mean, this is a pretty major decision you're making. Right. Why would you not share and perhaps get feedback from your mayor and council and show them the entire plan?
Well, I think most of that reason is what I lay down here. That was not the past practice. If I knew all council was that interested in major organizational changes, department hires, I need more clear direction on which positions. Are they director level? Are they assistant director? Any of that suggestions so I can bring those to you.
So creating 2 new positions that are not budgeted, 2 FTEs, correct?
Correct.
Not in the budget. 2 new positions, 2 more department heads, and creating other mid-level managers. Feel no need for any feedback or input from any council members.
The 2 new positions, particularly not, since we cut multiple positions to fund them, and they're all within the approved budget and the approved FTE count.
Mm-hmm. So I do have a question because, like you, I had questions about what the charter says. And now, you know, but the governanceism, the governance things, that's not been approved. That's not been voted on by this council. It was by a previous council, correct?
Right, but it was not rescinded from this council either.
So, but the charter would trump the governance as policies, correct?
I think Brian would need to weigh in on the legal aspects.
Well, I asked Brian about this because after you presented it to us, or after you presented it to us while everybody else got it at the same time, I asked the city attorney. I said, according to the charter, because I read here that and I was asking specifically about that the council shall fix and determine the salaries and wages of all appointed employees, officers and employees of the city. And also the budget is an ordinance, and we make changes to the budget and we approve those ordinances. I asked the city attorney if I asked him if this was required to be approved by council, and his answer to me was yes.
The financial aspects?
Well, you'll have to, but I asked him those 2 points in the charter, and I asked the city attorney, would this require approval by the city council? And I was told yes. So I guess so I'm just confused as how the charter and the policies, if they conflict with each other or what's going on, because that's what I was told by our city attorney, that this should have been voted on and approved by us.
Well, I think the challenge is the charter is over 100 years old when we only had 20
but we have to abide by the charter.
Right.
The charter is our Constitution.
Right.
And so we don't say, well, the Constitution's old, so we're not going to follow it, or we don't. Who's in charge of making sure that we follow the charter?
Council is by setting policies and resolutions in compliance with the charter.
So if something happens, it's up to us to say, wow, you didn't follow the charter on that.
Or to update the policies that we have been following.
Okay, so it's not your responsibility or the city attorney's responsibility if the city attorney sees something where we're not following the charter that he's to bring it up, or it's up to us to know and then say, well, we're not following the charter there.
Well, I think with the recommendation of staff, I think it's to update the policies and procedures that you want staff to follow in relation to the charter.
Why did you feel that it was not at least a good idea to keep council aware of major changes? I mean, don't you think moving a police chief into another position, that it would be better that if council would perhaps be given a clue on that happening?
I think that happened back in January 26 when I said I was considering major changes with the managing director structure.
When did you say that you were going to move the police chief out of his position and creating a new position?
I didn't know at the time that was going to be one of the proposals we went with.
And when did you know that? When did you announce to the staff these changes?
That would be February 9th. So we determined that the week of February 9th.
So it was not announced before that to anybody, any staff people, what changes were going to be made before that evening on February 9th?
The impacted directors.
Okay, when was that announced?
That was the Wednesday of that week.
Wednesday? So, what, so you're just feeling that we really didn't need to know?
No, I thought I shared with it, and if y'all had asked questions about specifics, I would have been more than happy to share it. But I did not hear from, I heard from one of you, but nobody asked for details, nobody asked questions about specific roles, what I was planning. It was just, hey, Andrew, run with it.
So I guess we've got to like say what's in your mind to know what to ask about.
Well, I
Because
thought
the initial part was very vague.
Well, I thought the email I sent out laying out the expression of interest, I would have hoped made it clear that these were significant changes I was going to make. I could have over-communicated more. I could have shared the final org chart. In retrospect, I definitely would have. But this practice is going to be a new one for me, so I just need direction on what y'all want to receive.
Mm-hmm. So do you think changes of this type are something that an interim city manager should make? Is that a good idea? I mean, if you get the position, which I guess you're applying for it, it's your job. But what if another city manager if someone else becomes city manager? Is that?
I think it'd be completely up to them. They could turn it upside down and rebuild it all over again.
And you feel that's Bob? And why couldn't these changes wait? Why did they have to be instituted right now?
Just working with staff, looking at identifying opportunities. I was in the position almost 6 months. I've worked here 7 years. All our employees have worked here more than me. So I think we all felt strongly that these would make the organization more efficient.
And so, but I guess what I hear you saying is you're going to depend on us giving you a list.
No, that's what I need now because I don't know what y'all want. I really don't.
Well, what would you think if you were sitting here?
Well, as I've said it before, I'm used to a council not getting in the weeds of organizational changes. So I need
I'm
to know
not getting in the weeds. I'm just asking questions.
Right. But that's what I'm trying to understand. Up until last week, I've never heard that y'all wanted to know major hires. I hired Donnie in October and made him a managing director and didn't get a question. I've made 2 additional assistant directors in departments, didn't get any questions on those. Those were shared with council. So up until this point, there was no feedback or change in direction of how I should proceed with any changes.
Well, when you're adding $500,000 of unbudgeted expenses,
they're in the budget.
That was it. Well, these positions are not.
Right, but as I pointed out in the ordinance, I get to move money in between funds to pay for
my
needs.
question is going to be, we're adding another $500,000 in expenses to middle management. How is that going to help us provide better services for our community?
I think I explained it when I showed how much Donnie's doing. That's what I expected out of each one of those positions, to add that level of value.
Okay, and mid-level I'm also trying to kind of figure out is how increasing layers makes things more efficient.
I touched on that in my presentation as well. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I feel like it would.
Okay.
And it has.
Yeah. Well, there's been a little bit of fall in the communication with us, and there's no layers between us.
Any other questions for Mr. Freeman?
I guess the only question I have, Andrew, is back to the original when you were talking about, you said 4 out of 5, or you hadn't heard from 4 council members. Whichever council member you didn't hear from, why didn't we just stop or just say, hey?
Well, I only heard from one that said do nothing as interim. The rest I didn't hear. Hey, stop. Hey, I'm asking questions. Go forward. So that in my mind is what consent is. If I only have 1 out of the 5 that's against it, that's consent. Now, granted, maybe I should have fought a little harder to have a 5-0, but it wasn't really a vote. I mean, consent I don't think has to be defined as a vote. That's what I really need to hear from y'all is consent going to be a vote of approval? Is consent going to be, I got to get 3 head nods? I don't know at this point. I need clear direction for how to move forward.
What does the charter say?
It says consent, but it doesn't say appoint is me, so I'm appointing him, so I don't know what advice and consent honestly means. I mean, advice and consent, we get consent in executive sessions all the time. They're not votes. That would have to be something Brian could weigh in on how legally to define consent.
I think the question for Brian is what he did, is it legal as per the charter or no?
The charter tries to set up a situation in which there is a communication channel between city council and the city manager. I think that's what it's trying to achieve in that phrase. It says the city manager shall appoint. That gives the city manager, usually in home rule cities, we have a council manager form of government. Manager has that authority. But it is not unchecked authority. It is with consent and advice. That means that check with me. That's what it means. It's a situation in which the phrase is meant to memorialize a situation that would have a channel of communication and remind everyone, you need to talk and make sure that everybody understands what you're doing. Now, we know that that's the case because later on in the charter, there are other provisions that the council has complete authority over. One of them is the budget. One of them is salaries and how they fix those salaries. And so, to me, when I think of the way that our charter is written, and I think about the circumstances in which it was written in, I like to imagine it as that. And I think that's what other councils have imagined it as, and have treated it that way for years, decades. I would say to you that...
It was a yes or no? Simple.
I would say that if he reached out to you with a communication, not answering or not even mentioning it, could be conceived as consent. Okay, and I'm just going off of what other council have done in the past because that's all I can read it off.
But it's not what other councils have done. It's what does the charter say?
Well,
I mean, it doesn't matter. I mean, if another council did it, doesn't mean it's right or wrong. It's just like, the Constitution of the United States, we don't say, well, some people did it, some people didn't. We know this is what it means. And to me, advice and consent means you get our advice and we give consent. But we didn't even have the entire plan to give consent to before it was already implemented. Thus, it was rescinded. Correct?
I sent it out that Friday.
But it had already been implemented.
But it hadn't been publicly announced yet, so if I had heard from 3 of y'all that said you're not interested, I could have pulled it back then.
Well, what if somebody is not sitting there, spending their Friday afternoon at 4:50 p.m. watching every email that comes in?
Right.
And then it gets leaked to the media the next day.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
That's true.
I questioned this, and I said, but I didn't say don't do it. I said, I think I would prefer to wait until we have a permanent city manager to make major changes with managing directors. And again, it's kind of nebulous, wasn't sure what that meant. And I asked you, I said, do you have a problem with that? Mm-hmm. Or would there be a problem of waiting? And your reply was?
I felt it was the right decision to do for the sake of the organization. But you were giving your opinion about preferring to wait. You weren't pointing out some section of the charter that we have a resolution that says we do it differently.
Well, I didn't even know specifically what we were looking at doing, and I took that as I really I have the authority to do what I want to do.
According to the resolution and the past policies and documents, I believe that's still correct, but that's something councils can change. I think that's some direction I could have gotten in the last 6 months. Multiple executive sessions that y'all wanted me to not touch staff. I would have listened and abided by that. But that was not the direction until last week.
So I do want to continue to move us forward. I'm not saying we can't come back to any individual question, council member. We'll take the time it takes here today. I do want to hit on a few things that I think are pretty pertinent to the yes or no question. What was advisement giving? Did you inform council individually? And so I can add a little context to mine. And then there are certain checks and balances here that I'm pretty comfortable with. So am I correct in assuming that city manager has the authority to spend up to $50,000 without consent of council?
Correct.
Okay. How do I balance that, and how does that compute with $479,000 worth of additional costs that are at your disposal? So do you have a $531 million budget, and anything within that, whether it's below or above the 50K?
I think staff
is
is handled
allowed?
differently. We have a payroll authorized amount, but we don't come to council for approval for everybody that's over 50,000. Those are just by position.
So
that's how it's typically been handled.
Grand total of whatever council approves for budget, all staff, any staff that you can remove, replace, move, transfer, whatever is at your discretion. The $50,000 only would speak to something
purchases.
outside of council. So if you needed to buy a $100,000 piece of equipment, comes to council.
Yes, sir.
If you need to spend $500,000 with staff changes, doesn't need to come to council, except for what we're reading in here to the charter of there's advisement of the need of why you need to do it, and then there's the ultimate consent of council. So I want to highlight the fact that we're procedurally out of order. I don't necessarily need to tell you that you can't do it. I think the question I would ask, Mr. Attorney, is consent can be offered finally, right? Or consent can be offered individually. Communication can happen multifold. Doesn't mean that it only happened one time. So regardless, you're bringing this back procedurally because of the checks and balances of the charter, right?
No, well, that was after I got the check and balances from y'all to bring it back. Had I been going off of current ordinances, resolution, policies, I don't think I would have found that out.
So you're doing a courtesy of bringing it back through here. You're not obligated to. You can leave them.
I would not at this point, but I think until you update these resolutions or ordinances, I think we're in kind of a strange spot where no one knows who's doing what.
So I did a little homework on my side back when he was the Attorney General. Abbott did give an opinion. We had a council and a mayor that, honestly, they were trying to hire a close relative of the mayor. Mayor and council decided, well, we will just sit quiet on this. We will allow the city manager to do this hire, and ultimately we won't give consent because we know it's too close. It's nepotism. And so, they got sued. It went to the Attorney General. Attorney General rendered an opinion. Per the state, these municipal bodies of elected governing officials cannot abdicate that authority totally over to a city manager. So it's the checks and balances that help protect our citizens. See, they elect us to come in here, and they give us their limited authority. We're limited, and then we cannot give that authority over to you without revoking it from them. So ultimately, in that system, I think what Abbott said was you're not allowed to do that. And so to the ultimate authority here, which is my question, do you need our consent on these changes or do you not?
I think that's after y'all tell me how to define consent and what the process looks like.
So each council can define consent?
Yes, I believe they can. I think that's why the resolution in the charter also says I'm required to follow a resolution or an ordinance.
Okay. Let me add a little context here to where I was in the deal. I didn't give you consent. You did bring it to me. You did mention to me about the chief and the interim chief. I did give you my support. Interim chief, I believe, is a good leader. I think he could handle a role like that if he had been appointed to it. I am a public safety prioritizer. I think that if we were going to spend money somewhere, I'm looking at all options on the table. I'm also understanding that you need the ability to do your job, and I'm willing to listen to anything you bring to me. I put up a yield sign. I didn't put up a stop sign. I told you, I said, you're never getting that through Simpson. Yeah, I know what he's going to tell you. And then bring it to council. Let me know what they say.
You did not say bring it to council. You said I believe the words we talked about is you agreed I was asking for advice, not permission. So if that was what you wanted me to do, that was not what I heard.
We did clarify. I did ask you. I said, look, let me ask you here because, like, I'm not in a position to give you permission. I'm just one of five.
That was
right?
not the conversation, but
No,
yes.
the conversation was, sir. I said, look, I will advise. I think these are foolish mistakes. I think this one's politically, a problem for you. I think this staff member is going to have a problem with that. I think you have all of these issues laying in front of you. Why would you do this? You're taking on a ton of risk. The one that I agreed with was public safety. And so my expectation, right or wrong, in context was you and I were having a conversation, this was going to come to council. My expectation was not on a Saturday to get notified from the media that, hey, we'd like a comment on the new police chief and the reorganizational chart. And so I'm doing a little damage control on Saturday, trying to read through a bunch of emails, and so I think it's poor judgment on a Friday afternoon to send out an organizational chart revision and then implement it with staff the same day. I also think that consent is consent. I don't think it's a legal term I need to redefine with anybody. I also don't believe that the governance and ends policies would ever trump the charter, and they're supposed to more greatly define your role and the way in which we relate. I agree with you. We do need clarity.
Yes.
And I think we should potentially even suspend these governance and ends policies until we can study them.
I think that'd
That'd
be
be a
great.
different conversation
I
than
think that needs
today.
that's a future action item.
But with what we've done today, we did have an executive meeting, and I laid out the four things that I felt. I felt uninformed. I felt uneducated, meaning you were working on things that I didn't know about. As an example, I didn't get this until Sunday night, I believe, the additional monies. So I'm just curious if you can relate to me this one item. You're justifying the additional salaries and benefits by capturing $487,000, of which $211,000 of it is a vacant position for an assistant city manager. So are you serving as the interim, knowing that you've removed that from our budget if we
No.
implement this?
No, it's still there. Like I mentioned, all this gets built into the new budget and corrected in the place that it would go if approved.
So how are you justifying the
temporarily.
additional cost that you implemented if that position's not vacated?
Well, there's many different positions. These are the ones we recommend in this proposal, but there's other positions. We regularly have 100 to 200 vacant positions at one time. So there's many different options on how to fund things when needs arise.
Okay. So let me go back and look at some other things that I think would have been great discussions to have that I didn't get an opportunity to conversate with you on.
Right.
New Public Safety Managing Director, $243,000 for salaries and benefits. Does that outweigh and supersede my assistant city managers?
No, it does not.
It does not?
No.
So every assistant city manager will make more than that by how much, like roughly, percentage-wise? Is there a pretty good disparity, or do we have?
Yeah, I think the ACMs range anywhere from base pay 10 to 20,000 more than that proposed position.
So you don't have any issues with any
compression issues?
Yes,
No.
right next to up and down. So you've factored all that. Now I haven't seen that,
Right.
so that would be something that I would like to see before we take any action on anything. Organizational advancement, is that not the city manager's job?
Organizational advancement as far as going in and working hands-on with departments and building up staff. Typically, it's
maybe
more-
I don't understand what organizational advancement is. I thought that was the
No,
the
that's
CEO's.
like leadership programs, succession planning. How do we integrate within all those departments? It really needs a more dedicated person to go in and make those impactful changes working with those departments day to day.
Okay. That one I don't follow. So I don't want to get in the weeds on that one
Sure.
necessarily. I don't follow the organizational advancement. The public safety one, I did talk to you about. You told me about it. I'm not I'm definitely not trying to back up on where I was. I said I would not do any of that on some of these other ones. I think that is a pretty clear indication of, like, you don't have 3 people, with me being one of them.
Mm-hmm.
So did you have the other 3 fully informed?
I did not
they
hear
understand?
from the other 3, from what I sent out.
I need you to give me a little bit better understanding of to what level of all of this that we're now having after you implemented these changes did the other 3 individuals give consent on?
I did not get a direct conversation on any particular position. I didn't receive any questions. So yeah, I should have called each one individually and made sure that they had their questions answered. And again, I did not know I needed to ask each one, do I have your consent? Because that was not what I was familiar with. So I would not have asked that question.
I think the biggest issue is maybe my own ignorance, that I wrongly assumed that you couldn't create a new position. Mm-hmm. Reading the charter where it says that the city council shall be able to create or remove, positions in departments.
Departments.
Right?
It says departments.
Just departments.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And I didn't make any new departments.
So, middle management is.
It's not a new department.
A whole new.
No.
Category.
Department. The public safety director is going to be in the city manager's office. The organizational advancement was going to be in OEI, and the managing directors were still their department directors.
Okay.
All the same departments.
Once again, my own uneducation here kind of on display. So lots of errors here, and a lot of missteps. We talked to you in our meeting about this is a mess, right? I don't feel that I've created this mess. Can you explain to me how I've done this?
I don't think you've created a mess. I think communication is key, and setting parameters for me as interim city manager will help this moving forward. So I know specifically, do I bring new positions? If we're filling a director role, do I bring that for approval? Some cities put them on an agenda for a council to affirm the hire. So I need to know if that's how we want to proceed. So those are just the details I'm lacking. That'll help me move forward.
Okay. Well, publicly, I'd like to apologize to our organization for the missteps, the miscommunication, the uneducation. I think if we posted positions and took letters of intent or letters of interest, I don't know how many you took. I mean, the ones I read were the ones you placed. So
11. I mentioned 11.
You had 11.
Yes, sir.
I feel a greater sense of obligation to the organization to make sure if you do create a new position, regardless that we all care about the organization and the staff enough to factor in how placement of these individuals without due process would be harmful. And so I apologize to the organization that we're here. We need to clean up the mess, right?
Absolutely.
We need to fix this. It's not just how do you do your job with me, as your boss or as one of your 5 bosses. Mm-hmm. It is how do we work together for what's best for the organization on your side.
Absolutely.
And I do want to stay in my lane. I do want to be driven on policy, and I do need a city manager that is able to understand there is some subjectivity to this. And if you place all of the subjectivity on my shoulders as mayor, be objective, type it all up, figure it all out, give it back to me, then relationally we're not going to make a good teammate for each other. So I need you to be in a position where you can do your job with all 5 of us.
Sure.
Understanding the relational aspect of it.
Absolutely.
You feel like you can still do that?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
Okay. I feel like we can be 5 good bosses. And I think we need to take a minute, let anybody else here that needs to add some context or ask another question, but then I'd love to get this back on the track so we know where we're going.
Andrew, I'd like to ask you, because I think this has come up a few times, is the haste in which this was done. You and I talked about a timeline, which I was unaware of.
Right.
When did this begin? When did
December.
this begin? Huh?
December.
And you did speak to, because one of my concerns was whether the departments or whether they even knew what was going on, whether it was APD,
Absolutely.
and what you told me is they did.
Yes. Yeah, so the way it worked, all 11 applied. We reviewed them. Once we narrowed it down, we met with those that were being selected. We also spoke to those that were not selected and explained why. And then I met one-on-one with Chief Birkenfeld and Chief Johnson to see if the structure would work that was before we even made the decision to move forward with public safety, because if you don't have someone ready to step up as interim chief, then the whole process wouldn't work. So we had all those discussions.
So when you say all 11 applied, all 11 for what position? All positions?
So the way it worked, I was asking because they're all directors, so there's not really a job to apply for. It's a advanced title to help out. Like Donnie, he's still public works director, but he's a managing director, so he can oversee departments. So I was just looking for their feedback on departmental alignments, what their skill set is, how they thought that would be beneficial for the organization, and then we evaluate all those proposals and came up with the final version.
Okay. So I think what gives us pause in hearing all this is all this was going on inside an organization that we're technically the board of directors for. Right. And we didn't know. Right? I mean, I think that was the deal. Now, I understand you say, hey, I felt like I was completely doing the right thing. I mean, I'm improving what I feel like I'm providing efficiencies. I've got proof and that, but I think that's for all 5 of us, no matter where we sit with this. I mean, I think that's the concern is this big thing was going on. Right. Interviews were going on big positions, right? We don't want to know about, we can't know about, like you said, we got to know what level do we need
I need to know which level, because the charter says everything.
And we understand that now, right? I mean, because, clear direction. But I think that's one of the big pauses we have. So I've got another question. Did you receive any direction from anyone inside or outside? Now, I don't mean input, but direction from anybody inside or outside the organization.
For what? To do what?
To create these positions, to do anything. So this was all you?
Yeah, this was me in the city manager's office that came up with this, because 3 of us have served in the managing director role and know its benefits. And I think that's the big thing. I mean, we work in it day and day. This wasn't a major change operationally. These are just moving pieces around, reporting structures so that it could work better together.
Yeah.
So honestly, we wouldn't even need to call him managing director. You can just have a director that directors report to. It's really just to clarify reporting structure more than anything.
So did you bring the other ACMs in this?
From day one.
From day one. So they all knew about it?
Yes, sir.
Everybody knew. Everybody in management, you guys knew about it?
Everybody. Every
strategically,
director. Yeah. Every director got the email.
Good.
They all weighed in on it. They worked with me I didn't do anything by myself. Yeah. I didn't come up with a public safety director position. Chief Birkenfeld and another director pitched those ideas.
Yeah. Did any of you guys feel the need to say, you run this by council? Or did you feel like, this is just what we do? Felt like it was good? I mean, it's good direction from
the way all these have worked, this is how the city manager operated in the past. So, no, I don't think any of them would have said, hey, let's go to council with it.
So nobody thought anything. I mean, you just felt like we're just doing what's best for the organization.
Right.
Okay. Right. Do you think, and this is just being real honest and blunt, and it's kind of out here in front of everybody, do you think making these moves, I mean, you're in a unique situation. Mm-hmm. You've got a big position coming up, right? And we've got a search firm that's looking for your position.
Right.
Yeah. And you're going to compete for this thing. And maybe, I don't know if we can really be super honest, but
go for it.
Was this in any way you trying to prove yourself as like, hey, look at what I can do. Look, this is an opportunity for me to show you 5 that I'm good. I can run this organization. And I don't think either answer to that is positive or negative, because, we want to see somebody, but at the same time, I mean, was it something that, hey, in the haste of this, what we feel like is haste, I mean, you said it was back in December, but we know that the timeline for you, we know-ish where the timeline is going to be, but to say, hey, I want to get these things done. And I've seen the organization, I've been a part of it, and so have all these guys.
That's really all that factored into it. It wasn't proving anything. It was just we had the opportunity because we're able to make the changes that we've known for years that might help fix some of the challenges that we've faced or how we can work better together.
Yeah.
That's really all it came down to.
So, and everybody was in agreement with all the directors, ACMs. Everybody was in agreement that, hey, this is better for the organization.
Yeah. Even the 1 week it was approved, they were already seeing benefits and commenting on it.
Okay. Okay. I think I'm good.
Councilman?
Thinking again.
Thinking again.
I would just, going back to this, and then I agree we need to, it's just, I don't know, that a police chief is going to be moved out. As a city council person, I'd like to know that in advance. I don't know why that didn't happen.
And I felt it was putting him in a stronger role to do more good.
I'm just saying,
but I can
as a
understand
council
that.
person, I think
understand
one thing we all would say is, we don't want to be surprised.
Right.
We don't want to have to say, uh-oh, we didn't know anything about that.
Right.
But I will say, I reached out to you and was concerned about this, and I said, I asked, would it hurt anything if we put this on pause? And then, afterwards I said, well, even as a courtesy, why wouldn't you tell council? And you said, would it have been a courtesy, or would you have just told me to stop? And then you said, in my response of just asking, can we wait? You said, I thought it was an automatic no. And so, I didn't even know exactly what was going on, but I felt like you really didn't want to hear my opinion.
Again, I thought it was completely operational. I did not know council had a level that they wanted to consider operational changes. So I would definitely do it different knowing what I know now.
Mm-hmm.
Anything further, council?
I got, my mic's messing up here or something today. Y'all messed with my mic, didn't you?
We could hear you.
The question
Yes, sir.
I have is, for this year, we moved $500,000 to cover the budget from other positions.
That was a proposal, yes, sir.
But going into next year, are we going to cut $500,000 worth of positions to keep everything at a status quo? Or are we going to come back and still want budget only $500,000 more?
No, we would make the proposed budget with the adjustments in mind. We would not be asking for new positions or new funds.
So when we looked at moving these people around, did we stop to put X's on positions not to hire?
Yes, so those positions are frozen and wouldn't be hired during this budget, and then we'd look at it formalizing in the next budget process.
I don't guess we know the people we're not hiring anymore.
Right, well, it's those admin positions, but yeah, so those were just positions that we identified other efficiencies in that we may no longer need. So that's part of our process. That's also how we funded raises in the past in a certain department. Maybe they have a vacancy, but it'd be making more sense cut that position and pay the other folks additional dollars for the additional workload. So it's those kind of flexibilities that we've used in the past.
So in other words, when we say we need X number of employees, we really don't need X number of employees.
It really depends.
There's always a cushion out here, right?
Not necessarily. The way we were able to work some of those, one was having Donnie as a managing director. They didn't see the need to have another admin support staff. Justin Opal was able to be absorbed in the planning structure, so he didn't need a dedicated admin. So it's they need him at the time, but once it's a vacant position, you can reevaluate and say, do we need to hire this position, or could we cut it and use it for something else? So that's what took place.
Now, when you sent us that email in your report telling us what you were going to do, I assumed, which that's bad on me.
I did a lot of that too.
Yeah. I assumed that what you had written there, because a lot of times when you send us reports, we talk about it in executive session or other times.
Sometimes, yes.
And I assumed, and that's where I made a mistake, that these things that was in that email were going to be talked about.
Right.
And that didn't happen, and that's where I do know you and I talked about the public safety director, and I gave you my blessings on that one.
Right.
You know, but I really didn't know about all the others, and I was surprised today to hear that all this started in December, and I don't know how from December, January, and into February. We didn't hear about any of that, you know.
And that's on me because it was all operational changes, so I didn't know council wanted to know about them. That's honestly exactly why. Otherwise, I would have definitely told you back in December.
I just
it's just the blurring the line.
I'm lost in this thing, and you know, the way I'm seeing things fold out today is that come budget time next year, I think we basically can say we can cut positions throughout the city.
And that's something we look at every year when we propose the budget. Yes, sir.
Okay.
We do. Whether we think we'll fill them, sometimes they sit vacant because there's just not enough workforce to fill it, or there's just constant turnover in those positions. But yeah, it's just case by case on the departments on whether those positions are needed or can be filled.
Could we get a list, like how many positions we've budgeted this year that aren't filled, and a list of budgeted positions the previous year that weren't filled, and maybe give me a 5-year deal. That way I can really go back and make a determination. Well, we've gone 5 years without 30-something employees or 40 employees. We may just say this year we're not going to put those up. You know?
Absolutely.
I think if we had that kind of information, it'd help us make a decision. As far as I'm concerned at this point in time, my opinion is I would like to sit a couple of weeks and look at this thing and think about it again. I mean, we talked about it last week, we're talking about it today, but I'm not ready to really say, let's do this. I mean, if any of them, I would be ready to do the public safety, if any of them.
Well, right now, I really just want to know what process you want me to take to come back and make a formal ask, or what that looks like.
Yeah, so I want to hear what you guys still have to say, but I do want to take it to direction and help to define expectations before we go to positional challenges. Did you have something else? You good?
No, yeah.
Councilman Simpson, are you good?
Yeah, go. I may have something, but I mean,
okay,
related back to these specific proposals.
Here's probably where I'm at. Creating new positions, high-level managing directors, $200,000+. To me, that's a given. I wouldn't expect to be in your position, have my mayor surprised on a Saturday from a media request, and expect him to be happy or satisfied with my performance if that's how he found out about this. So, new positions.
But they're reclass positions, so how do you want to define them?
Created a new job description?
New job description.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. Had people apply for this without job descriptions, I understand. You had letters of interest without job descriptions. Yeah, so out of order.
They're very customized because they were helping create the position, but yes, I understand that.
So if if you're going to write new job descriptions, I would love to be advised of the need for that job, and then I would love to be counseled and consented or advised and spoken to on why those job descriptions help to accomplish that need, and then I would expect to be able for council to give consent before that would be filled and implemented.
Okay.
The other thing that I think is kind of a definition issue is appointive. So appoint all appointive officers or employees. You happen to have a list of those places?
Appointed is usually directors and above. Those are the ones that you technically don't have to go through a hiring process. You can just pick this person if you think they meet the values of the team. You already know they're at a high level. They have the degrees, credentials. It's really just a matter of fit, and then you appoint them.
I think that's a great clarification. If my expectation is these managing directors and then also these directors all sit directly underneath me, the city manager, and I appoint these, and I do this without advisement and consent of council per the sections and powers and duties in the governance and ends document, does that rightly align with the charter? And if so, then we have a clear move forward.
Currently, in the governance and ends, it doesn't align.
Okay.
It just says council approves city manager and municipal court judge. So we would have to add back in the directors.
I would have understood that, appointive positions would have been maybe, obviously, I don't feel like the director who's hiring an employee would ever make its way to council at that level.
That's
right?
what I need to know. I don't know. It's
I
up to
wouldn't
y'all.
expect
Y'all
that.
can
I wouldn't
define that.
expect payroll department that's replacing, payroll employee, and that there's a supervisor that's doing that hiring and firing, and that there's a director above them. I would never expect that to hit your desk, necessarily in mine, for sure. But then at the point where we have directors, managing directors, ACMs, and city manager, I would understand that would be advising consent.
Well, because right now we had an offer out that was, I probably need to bring to you for a finance director, because I didn't know that was one that needs to come. So I'll have to figure out, do I put it on a consent agenda? Am I just asking? I really don't know how to process those.
I look at it, man, if you're losing a director, what can I do to help? What happened? Where's this coming from? There's all sorts of good relational aspects here. Not well, let me do your job, or I really want to know what you're doing.
Well, I just need to know if I've got a final identified candidate, do I put it on agenda? Do I email each of you? Do I send you their resume? What do you want from me to get it consented?
Yeah.
That's what I need to know.
And I'd love to use the board of directors analogy on this one, but there are some things that are different in public versus private, and I would be happy to entertain if you think we can draw the line just like we draw it on board of directors, and they understand CEO, CFO, CIO, they're intimately involved in all of that, and that's your typical business model. I think we could let you bring that back, and that makes sense to us being business individuals. I think if we're not doing that and we have a document here that says, these are listed as appointive and I do these, and these are not appointive, or maybe they're all appointive, and we have an issue with reclassifying that, I would love your input on where the line is drawn, how far down that flow chart would be healthy for an organization.
Okay. Mine would probably be none, but I'll work with y'all to define it. Yeah.
So I guess the information and the education side would be the other side of it. If there is none, is it just the annual board of directors meeting, and this is where we're at?
Or is it just making it clear once the budget's adopted, do not create a new position, do not try and move things around? Maybe that's the direction I needed, because
But I think there's a level, right, that makes sense, and I feel like there's some common sense not being utilized here. And I get that you're frustrated, totally understand that. But, there's some common sense of major organizational changes, and I think we can leave here going, okay, so where is that? Right. I don't know that a director, I would want to bring up the work chart.
Is it hiring a vacant position? So we've got all these positions. These are approved in the budget. These are a done deal. I'm just trying to fill them. Do y'all want to consent to them to make sure I'm hiring the person you want? Or do you want to know how much I'm paying?
I don't. Right. I don't want to know. I don't want to know you're hiring the right person. I want to know that y'all hiring the right person.
What I think the mayor's saying. That's very different. Do you want to know who it is I'm hiring to consent?
I don't know that it's so much who, but if it's a position, if like in this situation, we created.
So use finance director. We have a vacancy in finance director. We made an offer. I believe they've already accepted. How do I move forward getting consent to fill that position?
So finance director, it falls where on the org chart?
Under Laura.
Under Laura.
Under Laura.
So one of these, okay.
So what do I do with that person that we have ready to come work here? I have not told them they need to get consent from council or what that process looks like. What do I do with that? You don't want to know the person, but how do I fill it if you don't know the person?
I would go back to that and just say I don't feel like consent is needed on those director positions. Now, the managing director position that's now implemented in here, because it's a new position and you created it, I feel like that would require consent. But then
the one from October, that one?
Yeah, and honestly, let me tell you, that one, like managing director title, didn't catch it. knew you hired him back. You and I did talk. I consented. Definitely gave you as much input. Huge fan of Donnie Hooper. Think he's going to do great things. Did not realize that, much like with my daughter, hey, yeah, I gave you the credit card.
Right.
Knew you were buying the shoes.
so
didn't know you were buying a house.
What if I left everybody as director titles and just had directors appoint to them or report to them? Then I'm not changing the structure. I'm just replacing who's reporting to who.
Organizational chart is something that's given to all of our public. We try to update our public. Changing the chart, I believe, would be more of the consent level as well.
Okay.
Now, I don't think that it's beneficial to get into the director role below ACMs and then new positions. But even ACMs, I mean, I've said it before, Floyd Hartman knows where every valve is in this entire city. Like if you just decided, hey, he no longer manages this over here and I replaced him, like I would have a huge problem with that in trying to work with you on a daily basis. So I understand it's not clear. I do want to clear it up, though. And I understand that the charter, I believe, gives us a little bit more latitude than what you're working under.
Okay.
And I appreciate getting clarification, but I would just bring us back out to the 100,000-foot level because we're getting way deep in the woods. And I think the issue here is we are elected by the community to be a check and balance. That's what we're here for. And that's our responsibility. That's the citizens have all the power. They don't have time to come up here. We're up here. We have that authority. It's limited. Okay? But the limited is we're a check and balance.
Right.
But the issue here is not only that, it's communication, us knowing what's going on. And I wish I could sit here and give you an exhaustive list on what we need to know about and what we don't need to know about. But the truth is, that's on the city manager.
Right.
And that takes judgment. And that takes the ability to say, wow, if I was sitting in that chair. So, I mean, I guess we're trying to get clarity, but how long are we going to spend, I guess, getting clarity on things when I think part of this is that just keeping us informed, because ultimately, we five are responsible for what you do. And we get judged on that because you then go perform it. So I think it's a little, I mean, we're your boss, if you will.
Right.
There's five of us, and that makes it
That
hard
makes
as
it
any
even
job
harder.
in the country.
Right.
I have
Right.
no doubt about it.
But
as your boss, it's like, are the ones that, and we're not your boss, the citizens are the boss, we're just their advocates. I think you have to use judgment and say, wow, that's something that my bosses might want to know about.
Right.
And thinking about that, or wait, maybe I should err on the side of, giving more information. But so, I mean, I appreciate all the work we're trying to do here and going down to the micro thing, but it's also, come back and tell us what the charter says. What is it that we're supposed to do?
I think the charter says bring back every employee.
Okay, well, then if we need to do that, we need to be following the charter.
Okay.
Or if there needs to be a change in the charter, that we can do that.
That's why I need
But we
clarified.
don't need to be, because that charter, again, we have very limited. But the limits that we have are for check and balance to make sure that that somebody is watching this on behalf of the citizens.
Sure.
And to do that, we have to get information.
Right.
Not only on the things that you may think that we're required to do, but, and again, I wish I could give you the list, but you can never, you're just never going to be able to say, this is the list of what you need to tell us about. It's up to a city manager to be able to determine that. And I think if you go talk to John Ward or other city managers, you could probably get a little bit of advice on how do you keep the council informed? Because I think at the end of the day, it's for us to be able to have that knowledge and that we're pulling in the same direction.
I only need clarity on one thing. Does council want to bring back this entire proposal for consideration? Does council want to bring back any singular position? Does council want to push away from the table for a period of weeks here?
Well, I think I need feedback to determine if I want to bring back a position after talking to staff. But, yeah, I'd want to know what appetite you have for any of them to bring back.
I would like to give direction. I'd like to get council to give direction on what their interests are. And then, yeah, I think you're saying that very appropriately.
Because I don't know if any of these can still work, because it was a kind of a full package, but I can reevaluate based on y'all's feedback. If y'all like public safety, you don't like this one, we can evaluate all those.
Okay. Yes.
I think what I think would be best for us to proceed on is we're in a city manager search. 90 to 120 days, we should have a new city manager. My thinking would be, since we're going to have someone, that we don't make any changes at this point.
Okay.
That when we hire the new city manager, and I think one great thing out of this that I think has come is talking about our organizational chart. Because as we've gone through this, what I also want to hear is I want to hear other city manager candidates' position on layers, organizations. You know, I did some of my homework myself, and I mean there were 16 cities that had this Department of Public Safety, but there are tons of cities out there where the police chief and the fire chief report directly to the city manager. In fact, there's just as many in the state. That's a question I want to ask. I mean, is it because and with the best of intention, when you're adding more layers, you know, you're making it more difficult to get things up through there to get them changed. And I know you think that it could be different, but communication it becomes much more difficult the more layers that you add to that. So I would be just let's wait until we do anything, and then but certainly this is a great topic, and whenever the new city manager comes on board, she or he would have the opportunity then to be able to say that. Because I do think it is hamstringing someone new. Sure. If you came in and make all these changes and give all these raises, and then this person says, this is not the way that it should be done, you're kind of setting that person up for failure if they're going to go in and upset everybody's apple cart. So I think keeping our powder dry on this when we go through the interviews, this will be a great question to ask all the candidates of look at our structure. What do you think it's like? Is there ways to improve it? And being able to do that, and I think that will also give us some feedback on that issue. And then ultimately working with our new city manager, whoever he or she may be, we could look at organizational changes at that point.
Understood. Yes, sir.
I'm not opposed to, since I've heard from the other management and they've discussed this, they feel like it's beneficial. I'm not opposed to entertaining it and looking at it, because my thought is when we have an interim city manager that they go full force. I mean that they need to run the organization. They need to do what's best for the. If it's an internal, like Andrew, if it's internal, if some guy from outside or some woman from outside, I'd say no, they don't know what they're doing. Like don't touch our organization. But if we've had feedback, as you say we've had, and this has been going on since December, and the organization feels like that it is beneficial, I'm not opposed to improving the organization if that's the case. I mean, and to Les's point, it might not be the case. Like an extra layer may be the worst thing in the world. But whether we bring somebody new in, whether it's Andrew or it's somebody else, that's going to be way down the road before anybody even understands that. But if we're looking at an efficiency, or we're looking at a way to better our organization, I think we might be foolish to walk away from it when we have what we've said, a good team in place, and that they've done their input. If it's done correct. Now, we don't agree with the way it was brought, right? We think that we should have had the advice and the consent. But if it's been looked at, but we don't know because we're in the dark. Well, we didn't know any about it. We didn't know any about any of this.
But what's the harm in waiting a few more months to get this done? Because I mean, it's in case, again, we make these changes, we hire someone else, and they say, wait a minute, because if these are great changes to be made, and they're the right. But I think since we don't have a permanent city manager at this point, it'd be prudent to wait and let that person determine the structure, because I think it would be unfair to make all these changes and no fault in the plan, but I want to hear more about this or what others may say, and not hamstring a new city manager to a structure that he or she may not have experience with.
The way I would look at it is we might not be hamstringing a new city manager. We might be giving them benefits. You've got a better,
But
well-run
do we think
organization.
that, or do we know that? I mean, we think.
Well, because we're in the dark, we don't know. That's what I'm saying. Is I'm not saying, hey, move forward and just place everybody.
Just want to entertain it.
Entertain it, to say, give us a chance, exactly what we were asking, to say, wow, we didn't know this was going on. Now, if you bring us on board, we might say, hate it, bad. Our advice would be no, or yes here, yes, whatever it is, right? But we may look at it, if it was presented to us, and we say, those are some great ideas, or that's terrible. We at least get to give the advice and consent, which is what the charter says. Whether we get a new city manager, whether it's Andrew or it's somebody else, we are guiding our organization through the person that we're supposed to be guiding our organization through. So if we have the input of the organization, why would we not move forward? Because if there is somebody new, if it's not Andrew, I don't think that they have the ability to look and see who. They don't know the people. They don't know the organization. Where we might have somebody here that says, hey, we've got somebody in place, and I think that they'd make a great person, great here or great there. But we have the ability to give the advice and consent, is what I'm saying. Not necessarily arguing, but I'm saying that's a different perspective versus just staying stagnant and going, well, let's just leave it the way it is.
I feel like I'd make the same argument that council doesn't know the organization the way this team over here does. But I think Les makes a good point. You're going to trust the new city manager to recommend changes, so it could be worthwhile to wait because they're going to come in and evaluate it with fresh eyes, get to know the team. I don't know what they'd want to change. But they would have to spend some time getting to know everybody to make any of these changes.
Councilman Kraft, where are you at on it?
That's a good question, Mayor. I don't know. I would just be completely transparent and honest with you. I almost feel like we shot ourselves in the foot because we didn't give you strategic direction when we appointed you as interim, as much as it sucks to say. So I apologize to you.
I should have asked for more feedback at the very start when y'all appointed me. That's my mistake.
As far as the organizational structure, I guess I agree more with Les as to where leaving it all the same. I don't know. I mean, as far as the changes as well, though, probably need some more time to digest it as well. So,
can I get the approval for Donnie to stay in his managing director role?
Yes.
Could I get that consent? Yeah, I'd love that consent. He's been in it since October, and that's why he came back from Austin. I'd love that one at least.
We have a course of dealings with you here. I know that I had good knowledge. You told me before you ever hired him, you had given me a heads up a month before when he was even looking at it. Mm-hmm. I feel like I definitely visited with you on that one. I don't have an issue with that managing director role. I take responsibility for how that course of dealings has led us off path here, and it went to 6 new positions, right? So some of that's on
2 new positions and a few removing pieces, but yes.
Interject here too. Sorry.
Yes, sir.
But you had my consent as well. We talked about bringing Donnie back.
Right. But I don't know if I even said the managing director title, what his responsibilities would be.
But I guess that's the difference, Andrew, is, I'm guessing everybody.
I honestly don't remember who I talked to.
Well,
I know I emailed it to everybody, so everybody knew the announcement, but I didn't. Yeah, same
and I
thing.
guess if for those of you that knew about these changes, either maybe you felt better because I didn't know about these changes really. Right. So, but I felt good with Donnie because we talked about it. That was the advice and consent.
So that's the way you could define consent. That's what I need to know.
Letter of the law and spirit of the law, I guess.
That's exactly what I want to know. Yeah, that's all I need.
I appreciate the position you're in, sir.
Well, I couldn't in good conscience send anybody back to Austin, Texas, so I say keep them here.
That's good. So I think I've heard from 3 then.
We don't have an issue with managing director of Public Works.
Public Works, great.
I know I want to clarify with Councilman Sherlin. Would you like to entertain the entire organizational restructure? Would you like to entertain just the public safety one, or would you like to wait until permanent city manager's placed?
Tom, if you want to think on that for a second, I'll ask Andrew another question. So what does it look like, as far as I understand you rescinded the positions, but Organizationally within your staff, how damaging is it by us holding, or, I mean, what does that look like?
If we do nothing, since I've already changed it back,
No, what I'm saying is like, I guess how committed were you? Obviously, you were committed on funding.
we were
it
pretty
all.
committed. Yeah. But we've reversed it already, so everybody's gotten used to that. It's not in place anymore. So
everybody's gone back to their
yeah.
old positions.
Yeah, snap of the fingers, you're back to your old position. That's all it took. Yes, sir. Well, a little more in our Workday software for HR to figure out, but that's all on the back end.
Sorry, Tom.
I think at this point, I think I'd just soon wait a spell on everything.
What does that mean?
What does that mean?
Yeah.
What Les said and Josh said.
Okay.
Okay. So I've heard for 3. All right.
So you're saying wait until we have a new city manager, so that
that's-
position's filled?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So I've heard from 3 to don't do anything. Okay.
Okay.
Good. But maybe are okay with me maybe presenting some parameters of directors versus ACMs, like what consent looks like? Is that something y'all want to hear from, or y'all want to think about that for a later date?
Maybe we bring the governance and ends document back, put a work session together, and just
Okay.
jump in there and get it going.
Okay.
I think we're pretty vulnerable in some other areas that we can't see yet. We got a lot of blind spots, and I'd like to not have a repeat, on our side.
But would you rather wait for the new city manager for that too, for their input?
The governance and ends document, I think, can be amended, with council. I also think it's good while you're going through the search. So I don't expect a new city manager to come to town and us to have a document that we wouldn't be able to amend.
Yeah, you'd amend it if they offered input.
If they offered input.
Because wherever they came from does it differently than how we do it, so I'm sure they'll
It'll
have
be
input.
different from placing individuals, I guess, is what I would say. It's policy, that's our role.
Okay.
So I feel like it's right in our lane.
Okay. All right. We'll bring it back.
Yeah.
Great.
Hey,
Good
thank
deal.
you.
Yes, sir.
For coming back through this.
Absolutely.
Not the best process for this, but I feel like we got what we needed
I got
here.
good direction.
Okay.
Good.
I just want to add one thing from my perspective is, this for me had nothing to do with the individuals that we were looking in these positions.
Oh, absolutely.
I have nothing but respect for them. That has nothing to do with this, and so I want people to know that. I guess my final question is, because you've asked us a lot of questions, so obviously we have a communication issue, and you're trying to get that.
Yeah.
How else? What other ideas do you have for us to improve this
For communication?
Yes.
In writing would be preferred. So verbal is tough for me, so I think confirming in writing conversations will be good for me to track and make sure I'm following up with everybody. I think a lot of it for me is also going to be, and Councilmember Kraft had a great suggestion, if I get questions from folks, maybe I don't answer it right away, because if it's something all council needs to know about, maybe I capture it all and answer it all at the same time. So y'all are all informed right at the same time. It's just tough because you have a conversation and you get questions, and all of a sudden Mayor knows 10 things more than Councilmember Simpson knows. So that's just all logistics for me to sort through, but nothing we can't overcome.
Yeah, well, and I think it's important, and again, this is a challenging job, but all 5 of us have to have the same information.
Absolutely.
And it's got to be fully disclosed, because we can't function as a group.
Yes.
Because what's going to happen is if we don't, and of course, we can't talk with each other about it, but I just felt if somewhere along the line we had all the information, we might have said, wait a minute, I've got some questions about this. And again, I know we can say, the thing that just struggles with me is we're trying to say, okay, it's us versus them. It's policy versus operational, and if it's operational, then nothing can be said over here. If it's policy,
it's a blurred line.
What we've got to be able to look at is to be able to find some consistency on that. But I think if we don't, if we don't know what each other's thinking,
right,
and reaching out and being able to do that, we're not going to be able to pull in the same direction.
Right.
And so I just think whatever ways that we can be able to improve that communication, yes, it's on this end, but I think the challenge for you is, and this is part of the challenge of being a city manager, you have to learn how to adapt to 5 different individuals. And how to do that. And I'm not saying this because if you had another council, you're going to have, that's the biggest challenges that city managers have, not to diminish it, but running a $500 million budget and managing 2,700 people is a piece of cake as opposed to dealing with 5 people up here. Because it is, you know, and that part, but if you don't learn how to adapt to a different council, to be able to figure them out. And I think that's got to be, don't wait until they tell me, but you've got to be able to, you know, we'll be gone at some point. There'll be new people up here. I think the challenge is you've got to figure out as a city manager how to adapt to that new council. And being able to do that. And that takes a lot of conversation. It takes a lot of insight. I'm going to make a commitment. I mean, I'll be honest with you. I really feel like you and I have not had a lot of communication. There's not been a lot of phone calls that I've gotten where you've reached out to me and said, hey, what do you think about this? Likewise, maybe I need to be more proactive in giving you feedback from my perspective. Again, I just kind of felt like, well, maybe he doesn't want to hear my feedback, but that's where it's gotten us to the point where we are today. So I just know, listen, I know dealing with 5 individuals is a challenge. But it's part of the challenge that you signed up for. And it's a part of the challenge that if you get this job permanently or whatever it may be, it's a challenge you've got to adapt. And I think it is the most important thing. I think it's the most important thing that we have to look for in a new city manager, because I think that's where we've had struggles over the last 20 years. And you've seen time and time again where new councils have come in and there's just not a mesh. To me, the most important factor at looking for a new city manager is going to be someone that is very adept at learning how to deal with the change of the bosses on a regular basis. And I think we want stability. You know, we don't like this instability. But to me, the most crucial part in that, yes, you've got to manage a staff, you've got to manage, you know, the budget and all those types of stuff. And I will say this because it's probably true. You know, they're doing a new city manager search in Dallas. You know, the Dallas city manager left. And the former mayor who hired him said something that I think was pretty accurate. He says, you have to find a unicorn when you're looking for a city manager. It is a very, 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 very rare unicorn because there's not a job really that equivalent to that. And he says, that city manager has to have enough ego to know that they can run the city really well, but enough humility to let the mayor and council take credit for it and make them think they're running it. Now, that's a dynamic, but I thought that's part of it. And this mayor, council, city manager relationship is one that I think has got to be nurtured and worked on, and understanding, and us understanding you, and I also think you understanding very unique individuals. And I do think it's on you to make sure that you're putting forth the effort to understand what each of us want, and because it's going to be different with all 5 people. Is that a challenge?
I agree. Now, let's put this thing back on track. Okay.
Got it. Did I get off track?
No, you're good. We got to move forward. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew.
Item 7F, we got a couple of updates quick updates from Councilman Kraft.
Let me pull up my notes, sorry. Give you a quick down and dirty on the Beautification Board and Parks and Rec. February 14th summary, discussion at the board meeting focused on the operations and future planning of Southwest Pool. Concerns were raised about staffing challenges, revenue generation, infrastructure repairs, and aging facilities. The board examined attendance patterns, revenue breakdowns, and recent fee adjustments to optimize revenue streams. Structural assessments were proposed to evaluate the condition of the pool with potential infrastructure upgrades discussed to prolong its lifespan. The board deliberated on measures to attract more visitors, potentially including the installation of low-cost amenities like an aqua track to enhance the pool's appeal and generate additional revenue. Board members also discussed strategic planning for asset replacement and the potential reallocation of funding between pools if necessary, various options including implementing an aqua track and enhancing marketing efforts, which an aqua track is basically it's a huge pool, inflatable deal, something other pools don't have. enhancing marketing efforts were explored to increase attendance and revenue at Southwest Pool. The importance of maintaining fiscal responsibility while providing high-quality amenities and operational management was highlighted. The board ultimately supported a motion to maintain the operation of Southwest Pool, investigate the AquaTrack implementation, and enhance marketing strategies to attract more visitors. Board members took a tour of all the park facilities, including Martin Road Complex, Thompson Park, Warford Activity Center, Thompson Memorial Park, Sam Houston Park, John Stiff Medical Center Park, and Puckett School Park. So that's kind of the down and dirty on the park board. Beautification Board discussed various ongoing projects and initiatives in the recent meeting. Updates were provided on the welding art program where challenges with cleaning scrap metal were addressed and plans were made to acquire metal through donations and partnerships. Another update was shared on the rainwater harvesting program, which includes workshops on composting, community gardens, and rainwater harvesting. The board also heard from Mr. Sherman Bass about the integration of the CVB directory with new software, aiming to create a centralized location for artists and expand the directory to include various artists. Future plans involve collaboration with the CVB to manage the directory efficiently and to make it accessible to the public. In further discussions during the meeting, Mrs. Cindy Perez updated the board on Merle grant applications with 6 out of 7 submissions recommended for approval across different quadrants. The board considered and approved the recommended Merles for various locations. Additionally, appointments were made for board members to the Art Installation Subcommittee and the MPO Subcommittee to enhance their understanding and efficiencies. These appointments were approved unanimously by the board, showing a commitment to supporting and promoting public art in the community. So, just quick updates on that.
Councilman, we appreciate you informing us on that. Thank you for that. Any questions for Councilman Kraft? All right, moving right along. Anybody have any requests for future agenda items? Okay, we'll now move into item number 8, our consent agenda. Does anybody have anything they need to come off of the consent agenda? Hearing none, would ask for a motion.
I move to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second. Have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Moving on to our non-consent agenda. Item number 9A. Okay, we do have Miss Laura Storrs here today. Thank you, ma'am.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for allowing us to bring this item. This is an item that just considers the acceptance of our annual audit related to our annual comprehensive financial report for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2023. I first want to just start with a quick thank you to Matt Poston, who is our finance director, and Nicole Jamison, the city's deputy finance director, and their staff. The city has 17 degreed accountant positions, including 3 CPAs, and they all participate in the audit process. This process is a lengthy one. It actually was started last summer, and then picked up speed heavily around the November timeframe. We also want to thank Janie Arnold here in the audience. She is a director with CMMS CPAs and Advisors, and she is also the person in charge of the city's audit. Our annual comprehensive financial report receives the Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting, and we have received it 47 years in a row. So we will be filing this annual report with the GFOA as well to see if we can get 48 years of awards. So I will go very briefly over this, but can stop or ask questions, or feel free to ask questions as we go along. At the dais, you should all have a copy of these draft financial reports. Wonderful. I want to thank the mayor and council member Tips for spending a few hours with us last week as part of the audit committee going over this report in detail. I'm sure they would both be happy to cover everything with y'all at a later point in time, but I'm here to answer any questions. I just wanted to go over some highlights on this. So the first thing is in your book on tab 2, which is page 1, This is the report. It is the statement of the opinion by the external auditors. So go to tab 2, and that starts the report from the external auditors. What we received, and it's in the second paragraph on there, we did receive an unmodified, which is a clean opinion on our audit. So that is what we work for every single year. The next item, big item of interest, is on page 5, which is also tab 3 in your book. That starts the management discussion and analysis. It is a wonderful summary document of the activities, the major activities that went on during the fiscal year covered in this audit. It also talks about how that kind of translates into the budget preparation that for the budget that's actually in place. You guys know a lot about that because you spent several days working through the preparation and then the approval of that. So I would highly encourage anyone wanting to know more about the city to certainly look at the management discussion and analysis, and that is on page 5 in this report. I want to stop for just a second. These are draft financial reports. This item is just asking you all to accept that we had an audit conducted. Once that is done, we will get this finalized and it will be posted out on the city's website for all of our citizens or any stakeholders who are interested to view these because these are their financial statements as well. It reports on the activity of the city. On tab 5 in your book, which is starting with page 25 in this report, that is where the financial statements start. This document, as you can see, is very lengthy. I think it's almost 300 pages long. There's a lot of financial statements in here. The city does a lot of various activities. We report at a fund level, and then we roll it all the way up to a fully combined level. Page 25 is the city and all activities combined together as a whole. So that is certainly a good, that's the balance sheet, and then the next page starts the income statement. Another tab of interest is tab 9, which outlines the city's commitments. One thing that is very important for council to remember and for our citizens to remember and our stakeholders to remember is, yes, we do have a lot of money in our net position, our reserves, but a lot of those dollars have already been committed to either ongoing capital projects or capital projects that are about to start. They may be out to bid, those things. This page 84, which is this tab 9, I think that's a really good one for council to be aware of. Those are the dollars that have already been committed by this council or by prior council. So this is a really good page to keep handy as well. Another page of interest is it's tab 11 in your book, and it's page 126. We talk a lot, the bulk of the city operations, the normal city operations are in the general fund. Tab 11, which is page 126, has our budget versus actual results for the general fund. So it shows how did we do from a revenue standpoint. We actually collected more in revenue than we had budgeted this past fiscal year, and then it shows how much we spent. We actually underspent our budget slightly in the fiscal year. On page 26, you can see that. These are all the audited results. I think this is also a page that's of interest and might be useful for council to have handy. Those are some major components. There's footnotes in here that outline a lot of the major items that are going on in the city. I did want to mention, since we met last week, we do have a couple of replacement pages that we've put into your binders that would be part of the final approved audited financial statements. There was a couple of clarifications in the notes to the financial statements. There was also some change to some budget schedules towards the back related to the budget amendments that you all actually just did the second approval on during the consent section. And so we did swap those pages out in your book. And if you have questions on those, I can certainly answer those as well. But those would be part of the final report as accepted by council. So I want to stop there for just a second and see if council has any questions or anything they want me to maybe go over before we go on to the single audit. As I mentioned, we go through the deep dive of this. This is why we have an audit committee. We have our mayor and our council member Tips is on it. We also have Dean Frigo, who serves as the chairman of the Amarillo Hospital District Board. Interim city manager Andrew Freeman and myself also sit on that board. We have thoroughly reviewed these financial statements, answered a lot of questions. Janie has weighed into a lot of things that they looked into on their standpoint. So that's really the deep dive, which is why we bring a higher level presentation to the city council, because as I mentioned, that took over 2 hours the other day. But if there's any questions I can answer at this point, or if Mayor or Councilmember Tips, if y'all had anything you wanted to reiterate or wanted me to point out, I will pause for a second.
Anything?
No.
Okay. Questions from council?
No. Okay.
Thank you.
Great. Okay. All right. So this is our audited financial statements. As mentioned, this item is just asking you all to accept it. Also in your books, there is a letter from Janie Arnold and CMMS, and it outlines any kind of challenges that they encountered during the audit, which they did not note any. It also talks about a lot of the new guidance that we are required to follow according to the Government Accounting Standards Board. And then it goes over just some major other components related to the audit. So I think that's a good one for you all to read as well. And then lastly, in your packet, there was a copy of a single audit report. So the single audit is a report over internal controls over financial reporting, which is listed on page 1, and it discloses related to the major programs that they audited this year during the single audit that there were no findings related to it. Also, there is a report on compliance and internal controls related to the major programs, specifically federal and state grant programs, and we did receive an unmodified or clean opinion. And just for your awareness, if you turn to page 8 in that report, the city expended about $42.7 million in federal and state grants. So that is a large revenue source that is helping to support our local tax dollars to continue on the services that we are able to provide to our citizens. And so this is a step that we have to do because of the amount of grant awards that we receive. So, and then in the back of that report, we go over our passenger facility charges, which are collected through our airport operations, and there's a report on that as well with no findings on it. So with that, are there any questions that I can answer, or if Janie Arnold could come up and answer, or anything that we could clarify for you?
Questions on the audit, council?
Okay.
Nothing further. Thank you, ma'am.
All right. Thank you all. I appreciate it.
Item 9A. Yes, ma'am.
And I believe this came as a recommendation from Audit Committee to accept this. So I might have to look to Stephanie or Brian if that, does it come as a motion, or somebody here needs to make a motion?
Go ahead and do a motion.
Oh, okay. All right.
So
thank you.
Need a motion of acceptance.
I move to accept the City of Amarillo Annual Comprehensive Financial Report for the year ended in September 30th, 2023.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this one? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Item passes. Item 9B, consideration of ordinance 8119. We have Mr. Hooper here for this one.
Thank you. And my mind's kind of sidetracked, so bear with me. I've got family in Borger and Pampa, and they're all kind of trying to evacuate, and it's kind of a mess, so I had to step out and get them. What we want to talk about today is the roadway safety ordinance for that we discussed with you as far as the legal pieces of that in the executive session, and then where we've come back with this ordinance that you have in front of you. I just really want to kind of give you the highlights of this. And remember, our focus of this was just because we have an elevated level of injuries and fatalities when it comes to pedestrians in the city of Amarillo. In fact, 22 fatalities since 2021. And this is something that was revealed when we had our task force together working through all this, and you can see that on the chart there, that those are just alarming numbers to us, and it's something that we want to take a stab at trying to get better at as far as increasing the safety for our cyclists and for our pedestrians. This is the pedestrian cyclist fatality breakdown, and the big alarming number, as we mentioned to you in the original presentation that we did a few weeks ago, was that 31% of the crash fatalities are pedestrian related. That's just a very alarming number to all of us. And I think you've seen these charts before. This is just, again, showing the map of where these are taking place. There's no specific area that is well defined that says this is the location where everything is at. You can see that all the way across. I know the map is pretty far out, but as Chief Birkenfeld went over this the last time, he talked about the underpasses on I-40, along with the stuff along Amarillo Boulevard, the main corridors, Coulter, Soncy, Bell, so on and so forth, western Georgia. You can see it pretty much widespread throughout the entire city. So what we bring before you in this ordinance, this is just a highlight sheet that kind of shows all of it. We defined a clear zone as any median, and I'm talking about a center median. If you think about that, I'll have some maps to show you in a second. It's 6 feet or less in width. An area that's 4 feet from the curb is also in that clear zone. That would be inside of a defined safe zone, which is a center radius that goes around the center of an intersection out by 100 feet. And that would be the safe zone at all signalized intersections. That again extends at 100 feet from the center of an intersection. According to the ordinance that we have in place currently, and if this ordinance is adopted, it would be illegal to be in the roadway. That's at any location. That's on the current ordinance that we have now. It would also be illegal to be stationary on an island that's under 6 feet. It would also be illegal to be within a defined 4-foot clear zone boundary within the safe zone, which is right along the curb. And I know this gets a little confusing as far as the language is concerned. That's why we put the maps on here that we discussed with you before. These maps show those areas there, the yellow being the safe zone, that's the 100-foot radius. You also see that the hatched red that is in the center medians goes outside of that safe zone because it is anywhere where there's a center median that's 6 feet or less. And then the clear zones are defined around those curbs there. This is a representation of what it would look like at Interstate 40 and Ross. This is, and I thought I had the other maps in here. Is that the only one, Stephanie, that was on there?
There should be others. Let's see.
Okay.
Let me make sure they're not hidden.
It's okay if not. I think we've seen it before, but Georgia is much the same. It looks exactly the same. And then we also presented Soncy to you as well on the other one. And we are actually looking at, and we've already started the process of creating these maps for every one of those signalized intersections. I believe there's 278 signalized intersections in Amarillo so that we can make sure that we have all those areas defined when it comes to the enforcement piece. But I think that pretty much just highlights what we're trying to accomplish. There's more language inside of that ordinance. I'm sure that you've had a chance to look at that. It's been discussed here at this public meeting once, and then we discussed the legalities of it in the executive session, and now here today to present the item on first reading. So if you have any questions or concerns, I can certainly try to answer them.
I know it's brief, but you've done a good job, and we have seen this before. So the chart, the color drawing, lends a great deal of understanding to this. Will that be going up on website? How will this roll out?
Absolutely, and we're going to have a time period. By the time the ordinance, after second reading, goes into effect, there's a time period before the law would actually go into effect. So we're going to use that time wisely to make sure that we get communication pieces out. We do know that Jason Riddlesberger and his team have actually been communicating with people on the ground and having conversations with them, as well as our marshal's office and our police department have also been communicating these messages as well, that there's a possibility of this ordinance coming, and to define those areas and talk about that. I'm sure we'll utilize Jordan and his team to communicate this as well, so that everybody's pretty aware of what's going on. The biggest thing for us, too, is also internally communicating this with our marshal's office and the police department so that they fully understand. We tried to make this ordinance, we want to address a couple things. We want to address civil rights of the people, and we also want to address enforcement and make it to where it's easy on the officers to be able to clearly define what they're doing when they're out there, so that they don't just look at it and say, this is too complicated, it's just too much. It's easy to figure out when you have the maps in place. It's easy to figure out when you have the training in place, and I know that Chief is committed to that as well as we are in the Marshal's office.
And we've communicated to the two organizations that do fundraising here. They're very well aware of this.
Yes. Now, you say two. I know that we have communicated this with the fire department. So I'm assuming the other would be like.
The MDA, is that?
Yeah. I don't know that we've had a direct communication with them. It's difficult to find a local contact, but we will. We can talk about this. We still have, I believe it's 45 days or so. Is that correct, Brian? Before, yeah. So we'll have some time that we can make sure in that outreach that we'll do that.
Great. Thank you.
Anything further on this guy? Mr. Hooper, thank you, sir. Appreciate you guys moving forward with this one.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Would ask for a motion on item 9B.
I'll make a motion to approve ordinance 8119 as presented in the agenda.
Second.
Motion and a second on item 9B. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Item 9C. Ms. Laura Storrs?
Yes.
Transformation Park, right?
Yes, absolutely. So this is an item that we have discussed over the last few weeks, and this is just formalizing the change in the project plan for the ARPA dollars. And so all this resolution does is we had an initial project plan and then a second project plan because we got 2 installments of ARPA funding. And this is amending, and I don't know, Stephanie, if you have that. Wonderful, thank you. So the first installment, what we are doing is we would shift $100,000 out of the broadband infrastructure funding into what we called at the time is, we called it homeless pallet shelter. Now, as a reminder, pallet is the brand name for the kind of the tiny houses, shelters that we'll be ordering, that will be going into, or Transformation Park will be ordering. So that shifts $100,000 to Transformation Park, the outdoor shelter area. And then on Exhibit B, which is the next one, it was the second installment of the ARPA funding, and we had funded the Coming Home Litter Crew, or the Prep Academy, originally $250,000, but they also had $250,000, just for your awareness, in the first installment. So this would lower the second installment funding down to $50,000 and shift $200,000 more over to the Transformation Park Night Shelter project. So that was just based on the guidance when we brought the construction award for the outdoor shelter related to Transformation Park. So this is just cleaning all that up so it's formalized for ARPA reporting purposes. And any questions that I can answer on this?
Questions for Mrs. Storrs? Thank you, ma'am. Anyone on item 9C, please?
I move to adopt resolution number 2-27-24-7.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Item 9D, consider appointment on the library board. Do we have Mrs. Barrera coming up for this one? Okay. Well, let me ask, are you okay with that, or would you rather just give the list?
Y'all can just review the list and give us a recommendation. These are all the applications that we had on file. We need one appointment, so there's no staff recommendation. We just thought y'all could go off the remaining list.
Okay, so thank you for being willing to answer any questions. We may have one. As of right now, gentlemen, we have a vacancy, just one vacancy, correct? Yes, sir. Yeah, so as of right now, we need to appoint one new member. And so you see your current members here on the left, and then you see the existing applicants on file. Has staff reached out to these applicants and confirmed that they're all still willing to serve?
Mayor, we have not.
Have not. Okay. So what I would probably ask for is let's nominate one as a primary, and then let's nominate an alternate, just in case when you reach out, you don't need to bring it back.
Okay.
That fine with you, Mr. Freeman? Okay. Do I have anybody here who's looked over this list and has anyone that jumps out that you would like to nominate for library board?
I'd say Misty V. Hill.
Okay. So I have place one nominating Misty V. Hill for library board. Do I have any additional conversation over that one? Okay. I will second that. I think that's a good nomination. And so Misty V. Hill, all in favor of her being nominated to the library board?
Aye.
Well, let me ask, do I need a motion from, so let me ask for a motion from Mr. Kraft, or Councilman Kraft first.
There's no discussion before this, correct?
Well, I asked for discussion, I didn't get any, so I think I should just need to go back and ask for a motion. Now,
Okay. I move to appoint Misty V. Hill to the library board and term ending 12-31-25.
any further discussion on this one? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? So we do have Misty V. Hill. I would ask for an alternate, just so we have one in case she's not able to serve.
I nominate Lisa Brown.
Lisa Brown.
Okay, I'll second.
I have a nomination and a second for Miss Lisa Brown. Any discussion on that?
Nope.
Councilman Sherlin, would you make a motion formally?
I'll make a motion that we accept Lisa Brown as an alternate to the Library Advisory Board.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Check with my secretary, make sure you're comfortable with the way those motions came out.
Yes, sir. Did I get Councilmember Kraft seconding that
Yes.
last one?
Yes.
We're good. Thank you.
Okay. That one is taken care of. Moving on to item 9E. I believe this is our last one, and then we will adjourn. Mr. Danforth, we always make you stay till the very end. You'd think you got paid by the hour, wouldn't you?
You know, I'm abundantly aware of that, too.
Yes, sir. I don't know who you upset on the way these agendas get written, but you never get to come first. So, if you would, tell us about our exciting renovation on the 4th and 5th floor of our APD facility.
Yes, Mayor, Council, we're excited to get this project started. We've been working on it with the police department for quite a while now, so getting this thing across the finish line has been somewhat of a challenge. The approach we utilized on this was actually bringing in all of the buy-board type contractors that exist here in the city, the local ones, getting them to come in and take a look at the project, provide us bids for that project. So we, in essence, still had a competitive bid, but we were still able to utilize the buy-board option, which gave us more ability to negotiate with the contractor on price and time on that. The winner of this, Mr. Hicks, did a great job of hitting us with a good timeline and hitting us with a budget that actually brings this in on time. The reason this job is set up is a two-phase job. The 5th floor has to be completed before we can start on the 2nd floor, which would be the locker rooms and some remodels that would take place on the 4th floor. The 5th floor will be the training area and then also the new crime center for the police department. Our goal is to have that completed before we can move into phase 2. So I'd be happy to answer any questions that you guys have got on this one.
Go ahead.
My only question is on the, it feels like every time I got to ask you questions, I'm sorry, Jerry. But on the phase 2 portion, how come there wasn't bids for Panhandle Steel or Tri-State?
The reason we did it, as I referenced earlier, we went with the buy-board contractors, so all of them had an opportunity to bid on the 5th floor, which gave us a price range that we could work with. That and the budget constraints we were looking at, then we took proposal from the contractor that was awarded the 5th floor. Because it's a buy-board contractor, you can award it regardless, but that allowed us to negotiate a price on that 4th floor, keep the project within budget with the contract that it's already doing the 5th floor.
Okay.
The two projects are interlocked together. So in essence, there's some components of the 4th floor that have to relocate to the 5th floor once it's completed, and then relocating some additional stuff on the 4th floor. So having the same contractor on the project, especially when it comes to the MEP on the project, with some great advantages to the city.
Okay, thank you, sir. That's all I got.
I understand. Scheduled start date, completion date?
As soon as we've got a contract, we will start moving on it right away. The
What do
5th
you
floor has
expect?
been, we've done most of the demolition and asbestos abatement on the 5th floor. We do have some asbestos on the 4th floor that we'll have to do once we can vacate that area, but it'll be a zone that will abate when we do that.
What the contractor give you on the completion date, roughly?
Right now, the front side, we were looking at, on the first phase, we're looking at right at 10 to 11 months. It's got some challenges on that. And then on the second phase, that was around 6 months.
Okay. Neither part of those run congruently?
They can't
Complete phase one and
because
then two?
we actually have to move personnel.
Okay. Okay. Appreciate you getting on this one.
You bet.
We're excited to get it done for them.
And we're looking forward to seeing all of you tomorrow at the ribbon cutting.
Yes, sir.
We've got good feedback on that project, so.
What is, do we have any other questions for Mr. Danforth?
I'll make a motion if you're ready.
Thank you, sir.
Sir.
I make a motion, we accept item 9E to consider the award construction contractor APD 4th and 5th floors renovation.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion on 9E? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item passes.
Make a motion to adjourn.
I have a motion to adjourn
Second.
and a second. You're adjourned. Thank you guys for staying. Appreciate your attendance. Man, we got it done.
Yeah, but they got out of order.
I'm tired of
Did we get out of order? Yeah,
I got out of order.
He's supposed to adjourn, you're supposed to.
So you're supposed to award a contract, not accept
Oh.
nine.
I'm not sure what Tom was doing.
I would